Tonight, we're venturing into that darkness. We've gathered a collection of true camping stories that will remind you that sometimes the most terrifying things aren't just in the movies. These are real experiences from people who went looking for an escape and found something they never expected. So, get comfortable, turn down the lights, and get ready for true camping horror stories for a dark summer night. My name is Ben Carter. If I close my eyes, I can still see the dust motes dancing in the afternoon sun. Feel the cheap vinyl of the back seat sticking to my skin, and hear the tinny speakers of a dying car stereo. It's a memory I try to bury, but it always finds its way back to the surface, especially on hot summer nights when the air is still and heavy. It's the memory of the beginning of the end. There were 4 of us that summer, crammed into Mark's beat up 2004 sedan, chasing the promise of a 3-day music festival in the mountains. We were young, and we felt invincible, the way you only can when the future feels like an endless, open highway. I was with Anna. We were that couple, the ones who finish each other's sentences and share a private language of inside jokes and knowing glances. We'd been together for 2 years, a comfortable, easy love that felt as essential as breathing. Anna was the group's anchor, the one with the steady hands and the calm voice. She saw the good in everything and everyone, a beacon of optimism that, at times, felt almost naive. She had a map folded neatly in her lap, tracing our official route with a painted fingernail, humming along to whatever indie band was crackling from the speakers. Then there was Mark and Sarah. Mark was behind the wheel, a restless energy humming off him in waves. He was my oldest friend, but we were cut from different cloths. Where I was cautious, he was impulsive. Where I planned, he charged ahead, convinced that confidence was a substitute for a map. He was driving with one hand on the wheel, the other drumming a frantic rhythm on the dashboard, his eyes scanning the landscape with an impatient hunger. He hated traffic, hated delays, and hated the idea that there was a faster, better way to do something that he wasn't taking. Sarah was in the passenger seat, trying to navigate. Their relationship was a different kind of energy from mine and Anna's. A firecracker, all bright sparks and loud bangs. They were passionate, exciting, and occasionally exhausting to be around. Sarah was a worrier by nature, a bundle of nervous energy that she tried to conceal with a quick wit and a sharp tongue. She was constantly checking her phone, sighing at the lack of signal, and adjusting the GPS that Mark refused to listen to. She was the first one to feel it when things were about to go wrong, a human barometer for impending disaster. "I'm telling you, this is a joke," Mark announced, slapping the steering wheel. We were stuck in a long line of cars, a slow, moving snake baking under the sun. "We're going to miss the opening acts. There's another way, an old logging road. My uncle told me about it. Cut straight over the mountain." A logging road. Sarah's voice was tight with skepticism. "Mark, it's not even on the map. The GPS doesn't show anything." "That's because it's a local secret, babe," he said with a grin, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "GPS is for tourists. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. We'll shave off 2 hours easy." Anna looked at me from across the back seat, a silent question in her eyes. I gave a slight shrug. I didn't like it. There was a reason roads were forgotten. They were usually impassable, dangerous, or led to nowhere. But arguing with Mark when he was in this mood was like arguing with a thunderstorm. It was loud, pointless, and you were likely to get struck by lightning. It could be an adventure. Anna offered, ever the optimist. That was all the encouragement Mark needed. With a triumphant whoop, he wrenched the wheel, bumping the car over the gravel shoulder and onto a narrow, unmarked turn, off almost completely swallowed by overgrown bushes. The sign for the road was there, but it was so rusted and riddled with bullet holes that it was illegible, hanging from a single bolt like a loose tooth. The moment we entered the trees, the world changed. The bright, open sky was gone, replaced by a dense canopy of leaves that blotted out the sun, plunging the car into a perpetual twilight. The air grew thick and still, the sounds of the highway fading behind us, until there was only the crunch of tires on dirt and the groaning of the car's suspension. The road was less of a road and more of a suggestion, a faint scar running through the deep woods. Branches like skeletal fingers scraped against the windows, and the car bounced violently over deep, muddy ruts. For the first 20 minutes, Mark's bravado held. He whistled, pointed out a deer that darted across our path, and declared his own genius. But as time stretched on, his whistling stopped. The forest grew denser, more claustrophobic. The trees, ancient, gnarled oaks and pines, seemed to lean in over the path, their branches interwoven like a cage. An unnatural silence fell, the kind that feels heavy, pressing in on your ears. No birds sang. No squirrels chattered. "Are you sure about this, man?" I finally asked, my voice sounding small in the oppressive quiet. Yeah. It's gotta be just around this next bend," Mark muttered, but the confidence had evaporated from his voice. He was gripping the steering wheel with both hands now, his knuckles white. Sarah had been silent for a long time, just staring out the window. "We should turn back," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "We can't," Mark snapped. "There's no room. We just have to keep going." And then, the decision was made for us. With a cough, a sputter, and a final, pathetic lurch, the engine died. Mark twisted the key again and again, the only response a sickly, clicking sound. A moment of stunned silence, and then he slammed his fist on the dashboard. No! Out of gas!" "How are we out of gas?" "I filled it up this morning." We all knew how. The constant struggle up the steep, rugged incline had drained the tank dry. We piled out of the car into the humid, stagnant air. The silence of the woods was absolute. And of course, there was no cell signal. Not a single bar. We were stranded, utterly and completely alone. We decided to walk. It was our only option. The road had to lead somewhere, right? We grabbed a few bottles of water and started down the dirt track, the dying car looking like a metal carcass behind us. Every step felt heavier than the last. The woods were not welcoming. They felt ancient, watchful, and deeply indifferent to our plight. After what felt like an hour, but was probably only 20 minutes, we came to a clearing. And what we saw there made no sense. In the very center of the clearing, the dirt track was blocked by a single, weathered tall booth. It was a relic, its paint peeling, its soulasse cloudy with grime. A red and white striped barrier arm stretched across the road, lowered and resolute. There was no fence on either side, no other road, no indication of why a tall booth would be standing here, in the middle of a forgotten forest. It was an island of bizarre, decaying civilization in a sea of wilderness. Tacked to its side was a crude, hand-painted sign, the black letters streaked and faded by rain. It read, "THTEL, ISONE. We stood there, a mixture of confusion and a creeping, primal fear prickling our skin. "One what?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. $1. As if summoned by her question, the door to the booth creaked open, and a man stepped out. He was old, impossibly old, with a long, thin beard the color of ash and pale, watery eyes that seemed to look right through us. He wore a faded, gray uniform that looked like it belonged in a museum, the fabric worn thin and the buttons tarnished. He moved without a sound, his feet seeming to glide over the dusty ground. He stopped in front of the barrier and looked at us, not with malice, but with a profound and wary sadness. His voice, when he spoke, was like the rustling of dry leaves in a graveyard. "The toll is 1," he repeated. He offered no further explanation, just stood there, a sentinel at a gate to nowhere. "1, what is for you to decide, but 1 must stay." For a long moment, nobody moved. The old man's words hung in the thick, silent air, an absurdity so profound it was almost impossible to process. We just stared at him, this strange, sad-eyed fixture in a place that shouldn't exist. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was a prank, a delusion, a hermit's bizarre game. But the primal, animal part of me, the part that had been on edge since we'd turned off the highway, knew this was real. Mark, predictably, was the first to break the spell. He let out a short, sharp laugh devoid of any humor. "Right. Okay. Funny stuff, old man. We get it. You're messing with the city kids. We're not playing. We're just going to go." He was always the hothead, always the one to meet a problem with his fists or a sharp word. He took a step forward, intending to push right past the old man and lift the barrier himself. The old man didn't flinch. He didn't raise his voice or make a threatening move. He simply stood there, a pillar of wary patience, and smiled. It was the saddest smile I had ever seen, filled with a pity that was somehow more terrifying than any threat. "Everyone tries to bargain," he said, his voice a dry whisper. "Everyone thinks they can be the exception. But the road has its rules. The toll must be paid." "We're not paying anything," Mark snarled, his fear curdling into anger. "We're leaving." "Mark, just stop," Sarah pleaded, grabbing his arm. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "Don't make him mad. He's a crazy old coot in the middle of the woods." Mark shook her off. "What's he going to do?" He turned his back on the man and looked at the woods flanking the road. "This is ridiculous. There's no fence. We'll just go around." It seemed like the only logical thing to do. The idea of being held captive by a single, flimsy barrier arm was insane. I took Anna's hand, her skin cold and clammy, and followed Mark as he stepped off the dirt track and into the dense undergrowth to the right of the toll booth. The moment we passed the threshold of the trees, a strange thing happened. The air grew colder, and the oppressive silence of the forest deepened, swallowing the sound of our footsteps. The light, already dim under the canopy, seemed to fail completely for a split second, plunging us into a disorienting blackness. And then, we were standing on the road again, blinking in the gray light. We were back where we started, facing the toll booth as if we had never moved. My heart hammered against my ribs. "What just happened?" I stammered, looking at the others. Their faces were masks of confusion and disbelief. I don't know," Anna whispered, her grip on my hand tightening. "Did we turn around?" "No way," Mark said, shaking his head though his voice trembled. "It's a trick. Some kind of optical illusion." He was trying to rationalize it, to force the impossible situation into a logical box. But his bravado was gone, replaced by a raw, naked fear. We tried again. This time, we went to the left, holding hands, determined to keep a straight line. We fixed our eyes on a distinct, lightning-scarred tree 100 feet into the woods and walked directly toward it. 1 step. 2 steps. The familiar chill. The momentary, suffocating darkness. The sudden return to the road. We were standing in front of the tall booth. The old man hadn't moved. He just watched us, his watery eyes filled with that same unnerving pity. Panic began to bubble in my chest, hot and acidic. We were trapped. Not by walls or fences, but by something else. The woods themselves were the barrier. It was like trying to walk through a reflection in a mirror. You could see the other side, but you could never reach it. We were confined to this small, dusty stretch of road, a stage on which some terrible play was about to unfold. We tried everything. We ran at the tree line, only to stumble back onto the path, breathless and disoriented. Mark, in a fit of rage, picked up a heavy rock and hurled it into the woods. It flew for about 10 feet, and then simply vanished, as if swallowed by the air. There was no sound of it landing. As the afternoon began to bleed into evening, the reality of our situation settled over us like a shroud. We were prisoners. The arguments started soon after. They began as frightened whispers, then escalated into sharp, ugly accusations. "This is your fault, Mark," Sarah said, her voice shaking with a mixture of fear and fury. She was pacing back and forth, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. "Your stupid shortcut! We should have stayed on the highway. How was I supposed to know this would happen?" He shot back, his face flushed. "I was trying to save us time." "Save us time? Look where we are. We're trapped in the middle of nowhere with some monster," she screamed, gesturing wildly at the silent old man. "He's not a monster, he's just a man," Anna said, her voice strained as she tried to play the peacemaker. "We just need to think. There has to be a way out." But her words sounded hollow, even to her. The easy optimism she always carried had been stripped away, leaving behind a brittle fear. I could see it in the way she kept glancing at the tall booth, in the way she flinched at every rustle of leaves. As the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long, distorted shadows across the clearing, the old man spoke again. His voice soft but carrying in the stillness. "The road grows hungry at night," he said, his gaze sweeping over our terrified faces. "It is better to choose. The price is always paid, one way or another." His words hung in the air, a death sentence delivered with gentle regret. Choose. He wanted us to choose which one of us would stay. The unspoken implication was horrifying. We weren't just meant to leave someone behind. We were meant to decide their fate. That was when the real poison began to work its way into our veins. The paranoia. It started with glances. Mark looking at Sarah, his eyes narrowed. Sarah staring at Mark with open resentment. We were no longer 4 friends in a car. We were 4 animals in a cage, and the cage was shrinking. The whispers started, quiet and venomous. I heard Sarah muttering to Anna, "Mark got us into this. He's the one who was so arrogant, so sure of himself. Why should we pay for his mistake?" A little while later, I saw Mark pull me aside. "Look at Sarah," he hissed, his breath hot and panicked. "She's losing it. She's a liability. She's slowing us down, making things worse with her screaming." I tried to stay out of it, to be the voice of reason. "We can't turn on each other," I said, my own voice sounding weak and unconvincing. That's what he wants. But the fear was a contagion, and I was not immune. I found myself looking at them, at my friends. and doing a terrible, silent calculus. Who was the weakest? Who was the most expendable? The thoughts were ugly, monstrous, but they came unbidden. I looked at Mark, my oldest friend, and all I could see was the reckless pride that had doomed us. I looked at Sarah, and I saw a frayed nerve, a panic that could drag us all down. I even looked at Anna, my Anna, and for a terrifying split second, a cold, pragmatic voice in the back of my head whispered about survival. I pushed the thought away, disgusted with myself, but the seed had been planted. The unity that had bound us together was dissolving, eaten away by the acid of terror. We were breaking apart piece by piece. The old man just watched from the doorway of his booth, his face impassive, his sad eyes reflecting the dying light of the sky. He didn't have to do anything. He had set the trap, and now he was simply waiting for us to tear each other apart. The road was hungry, and we were going to feed it. Night fell completely, and it was a new kind of darkness. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was a thick, predatory blackness that seemed to have weight and substance. The woods, which had been silent before, now came alive with subtle, unnerving sounds. The snap of a twig just beyond our sight, a low rustle in the undergrowth, the feeling of unseen things watching from the impenetrable shadows. The air grew cold, biting at our exposed skin. The old man's words echoed in my mind. The road grows hungry at night. The fragile threads of our civility finally snapped. The whispers and accusations were no longer enough to contain the frantic, clawing terror that had consumed us. It needed a physical release. I don't know who threw the first punch. Looking back, the memory is a blur of flailing limbs and guttural screams, but I think it was Mark. His face, barely visible in the gloom, was a twisted mask of rage and desperation. He lunged, not at Sarah, but at me. "You've been quiet this whole time, Ben," he roared, his voice cracking.
"Just standing there with Anna, judging!"
"You think you're better than us." His fist caught me on the side of the head, sending a starburst of pain through my skull. I stumbled back, tasting blood. The shock was immediately replaced by a surge of pure, unthinking adrenaline. This wasn't Mark, my friend since childhood. This was a cornered animal, and so was I. I swung back, a clumsy, wild punch that connected with his shoulder. And then it was chaos. Sarah started screaming, a high, piercing shriek that cut through the night. It wasn't a scream for help. It was a scream of pure, animal terror. She launched herself at Mark, clawing at his back, her nails digging for purchase.
"You did this?"
"You did this to us." Anna was trying to pull us apart, her voice a desperate plea in the maelstrom.
"Stop it! Please stop! This isn't us!"
But we couldn't hear her. We were lost, consumed by a desperate, ugly scramble for survival in the dirt and gravel. It wasn't a fight for dominance. It was a fight to not be the one left behind. Every shove, every blow, was a frantic attempt to push someone else in the path of the waiting predator. We were no longer friends. We were just bodies, fueled by the singular, selfish need to live. In the midst of the tangled, desperate struggle, it happened. I remember a shove. I don't know if it came from me or Mark, and a cry of surprise. Sarah, caught off balance, stumbled backward. Her feet tangled, and she fell, her body twisting awkwardly. There was a sickening, hollow crack as her head struck a large, jagged rock half buried in the road. She didn't get up. The violence stopped as if a switch had been flipped. The screaming, the grunting, the frantic motion. It all ceased, sucked into a sudden, horrifying vacuum of silence. There was only the sound of our own ragged, desperate breathing. Mark, Anna, and I stood frozen, our bodies slick with sweat and grime, and stared at Sarah's still form. She was lying on her side, her hair fanned out in the dust, one arm flung out as if reaching for something. In the profound stillness, the finality of it was absolute. A single cricket began to chirp somewhere in the darkness, the sound unnaturally loud in the terrible silence. The door of the tall booth creaked open. The old man stepped out, his movements slow and deliberate. He walked over to Sarah, his worn boots making no sound on the ground. He knelt beside her and, with a tenderness that was somehow the most seen thing I had ever witnessed, he gently brushed the hair from her face and closed her eyes. He stood up and looked at us. The three survivors, his face, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight breaking through the canopy, was filled with an ancient, bottomless pity. There was no triumph in his eyes, no satisfaction. Only a profound sorrow, as if he were a priest presiding over a sacrifice he was powerless to prevent. "The toll has been paid," he said, his voice a soft finality. As he spoke, a low groaning sound filled the clearing. The red and white barrier arm, the flimsy piece of wood that had held us captive, began to lift, slowly and deliberately, pointing toward the night sky like an accusing finger. "You are free to go," the old man said. We didn't run. We couldn't. We were hollowed out shells of the people we had been just hours before. We walked, leaving Sarah's body lying in the dirt of that cursed road. We turned and walked past the tall booth in a numb, silent procession. No one looked back. We couldn't bear to. The road continued for about 100 yards, a straight path through the suffocating darkness. And then, abruptly, it ended. We stepped out from between two pine trees and found ourselves standing on the paved shoulder of a highway. The air was cool and clean, the sky was filled with stars, and the sound of a distant truck rumbling down the asphalt was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. Parked right there, gleaming under the moonlight, was Mark's sedan. It was unlocked. Mark fumbled for his keys, his hands shaking so badly he could barely fit the key in the ignition. He turned it, and the engine roared to life. The gas gauge read full. It was as if the logging road, the breakdown, the tall booth, none of it had ever existed. We never spoke of it again. Not a single word. The silence in the car on the way to the festival, which we never attended, was heavier and more suffocating than the silence in the woods. We drove straight home. A few days later, we told the police that Sarah had gotten into an argument with Mark at a gas station and had stormed off, saying she'd find her own way. It was a flimsy, pathetic lie, but they had no other leads. They searched, of course. They never found a body. They never found the logging road. As far as the world was concerned, Sarah Carter simply vanished. Mark moved away a few months later. I see his posts on social media sometimes. Pictures of a new life, a new girlfriend, a forced, hollow smile. We never speak. Anna and I are still together, but something essential is broken between us. The easy, comfortable love we shared died on that road. Now, there is a chasm of unspoken words and shared guilt that we can never cross. Sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night and find her staring at the ceiling, her eyes wide and haunted, and I know she's back there, in the clearing. I know I am. I see him in my dreams, the old man with the sad, watery eyes. I see Sarah lying in the dust, and I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that we didn't truly pay the toll that night. We just left a down payment. the road was hungry, and its hunger is patient. And one day, I know will come to collect the rest. My name is Ethan Reed, and I am a ghost haunting the geography of my own past. I returned to Black Bear Lake because it is the only place left where the echoes of my sins still resonate. It's not for the crisp mountain air or the deceptive tranquility of the water, which lies like a sheet of polished obsidian between the pines. I came back to confront a memory I have spent 15 years, more than a third of my life, trying to bury. It seems some things refuse to stay dead. 15 years ago, this was our place. Mine and Noah's. We were 17, stitched together with the invincible thread of youth, convinced that life was a story we were writing ourselves. That summer, the pages were filled with cheap beer, the smoke of countless campfires, and the kind of stupid, chest-thumping bravado that only teenage boys can truly master. We were kings of this small, forgotten patch of wilderness. Then came the argument. It was about a girl, of course. Her name was Sarah. It feels like a betrayal to even write her name, to drag her into this abyss. But the truth demands it. The argument was a pathetic, drunken squall of jealousy and bruised pride. Words, sharp and clumsy, were thrown like stones. And then there was a push. It wasn't a shove meant to kill. It was a gesture, a physical punctuation mark to a sentence filled with fury. But we were on the granite ledge, slick with evening dew, a place we dubbed the preacher's pulpit. Noah stumbled, his arms windmilling in a frantic, silent ballad. For a split second, his eyes met mine, wide with a surprise that would curdle into terror. He fell backward, a shadow swallowed by the greater darkness below. The sound that followed was not a scream, but a wet, percussive crack. A sound that has since become the metronome to my nightmares. He hit the rocks. He never moved again. Panic is a cold, suffocating liquid. It filled my lungs, my throat, my head. Every rational thought, every lesson of right and wrong taught by parents and teachers evaporated. The silence that followed the crack was absolute, broken only by the frantic drumming in my ears. There was no call for help, no desperate scramble to check for a pulse. There was only the animal instinct to survive, to erase the moment. I dragged his body, impossibly heavy and limp, into the dense woods. The forest, our sanctuary, became my accomplice. With my bare hands, I clawed at the earth, tearing through roots and soil until my fingers were raw and bleeding. I dug a shallow, pathetic grave and rolled him in. I didn't say a prayer. I didn't say goodbye. I just covered him up and ran. The lie came easily, born of that same desperate panic. He'd packed up, I said. Left in the middle of the night. He was always talking about heading out west, about seeing the Pacific. He was impulsive like that. Everyone bought it. His parents, our friends, the lone park ranger who took my statement. They saw my grief, my red, rimmed eyes, and mistook it for the sorrow of abandonment, not the corrosive acid of guilt. And I let them. I nurtured that lie until it grew into a truth solid enough for everyone else to stand on. For me, it was a trapdoor. Now at 42, the man I've become is a hollowed-out version of that boy. I have a life, a decent job in logistics, a small apartment that is meticulously clean, a string of failed relationships that all ended for the same unspoken reason. There was a part of me I could never share. The guilt, once a quiet whisper, has become a constant, deafening roar. It has eaten me from the inside out, leaving nothing but a shell. So I came back. I drove for 6 hours, the landscape slowly shedding the skin of the city and donning the familiar green of the mountains. I came back to find his grave, to give him a name again, to call the police, and finally, let the lie die. I pitched my tent in the exact same spot, a small clearing a stone's throw from the preacher's pulpit. The place was unnervingly unchanged. The same ancient pines stood like silent sentinels, their needles whispering on the breeze. The granite ledge still jutted out over the lake, a stark, gray scar on the landscape. It was as if the last 15 years had never happened, as if the forest had been holding its breath, waiting for me to return. The first night was a ascent into a storm of memory and regret. I didn't even try to sleep. I sat by a meager fire, feeding it twigs and listening to the night. Every gust of wind that sighed through the canopy sounded like it was shaping his name, Noah. The rustle of leaves became the echo of his laughter, that loud, uninhibited bark he had. I clutched the lukewarm can of beer in my hand and told myself it was just my mind, a finely tuned instrument of self-torture. My brain was punishing me, projecting my guilt onto the canvas of the wilderness. It was psychological. It was explainable. It had to be. As the hours bled into one another, the sounds grew more specific. I heard the crunch of his boots on gravel, the distinctive, off-key way he used to whistle when he was thinking. At one point, I heard, as clearly as if he were standing right behind me, the opening line of a stupid song we'd made up about our history teacher. My heart hammered against my ribs. I squeezed my eyes shut, digging my torn fingernails into my palms. It's not real. It's not real. I repeated the mantra until my lips were numb. But the forest didn't care about my mantras. It just kept whispering. The night was long and filled with ghosts of my own making. And as the first weak, gray light of dawn filtered through the trees, I felt not relief, but a creeping dread. The punishment, I realized, was only just beginning. On the second day, I began my penance in earnest. The sun rose, but it brought no warmth, only a harsh, clinical light that exposed my exhaustion. Sleep had been a foreign country I couldn't visit. Armed with a collapsible shovel I'd bought from a camping supply store, a tool for burying human waste that I intended to use for unearthing my own, I started searching for the grave. My memory, seared by the trauma of that night, had held onto a single, clear image: a large oak tree, its trunk split near the base by a lightning strike from long ago, creating a distinctive V shape. It was under the shadow of that wounded giant that I had laid my friend to rest. Finding it was easier than I expected. It stood about 100 yards from the campsite, a silent, gnarled monument to my crime. A wave of nauseating relief washed over me. This was it. This was real. I wasn't just chasing phantoms. I took a deep breath, the metallic tang of fear and adrenaline coating my tongue, and plunged the shovel into the soft, loamy earth. The first hour was fueled by a grim determination. The rhythmic scrape and thud of the shovel was a kind of prayer, an act of contrition. I imagined finding him, the call to the police, the confession pouring out of me like poison from a wound. I imagined the handcuffs, the trial, the cell. It was all a neat, orderly process of justice, a clean end to a dirty secret. But the hole grew deeper, and I found nothing but a tangled web of roots and dark, damp soil. My initial confidence began to fray. I wetted the hole, my movements becoming more frantic. The sun climbed higher, beating down on my back. Sweat stung my eyes. Panic, that cold liquid I knew so well, began to seep back into my veins. This was the spot. I was sure of it. But the earth yielded nothing. After 3 hours of fruitless, back-breaking labor, I stood in a shallow pit of my own making. Gasping for air, my hands blistered and shaking. It wasn't there. A new, more terrifying thought began to take root in my mind. What if my memory was wrong? What if, in my panicked state 15 years ago, I had chosen a different spot? The forest, which had seemed so familiar, suddenly became a labyrinth. Every tree looked like every other tree. I spent the rest of the day in a frenzy, moving from one oak to the next, digging with a desperate, wild energy. Each empty hole was a fresh wave of despair. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in bloody streaks of orange and purple, and I was no closer to finding him. I was lost, a man digging his own grave over and over again. That night, the sounds returned with a vengeance. It was no longer just his voice on the wind or his laugh in the leaves. This was different. This was physical. I was huddled in my tent, the thin nylon walls feeling as protective as paper when I first heard it. A scratching sound coming from just outside. Scrape, drag, scrape. It was the sound of something heavy, something with weight and substance, being pulled through the undergrowth. It was slow, deliberate, and methodical. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice a pathetic, trembling thing. The scratching stopped instantly. The silence that followed was heavy, expectant. I held my breath, my ears straining, trying to catch the sound of a footstep, a snapped twig. Anything to betray the presence of an animal or another camper. And then a voice spoke, so close it felt like it was being whispered directly into the shell of my ear. It was Noah's voice, but stripped of all its warmth. A dry, rasping echo. "You buried me in the wrong spot, Ethan." A scream tore from my throat. I scrambled for the zipper of the tent, my fingers fumbling uselessly. I finally ripped and tumbled out into the darkness, my flashlight beam cutting a wild, panicked arc through the trees. Nothing. I was utterly, completely alone. The air was still. The forest was silent. But the ground was wrong. I swung the flashlight beam down, my heart seizing in my chest. All the holes I had dug, the raw, gaping wounds I had torn in the forest, floor throughout the day, were gone. They had been filled back in. The earth was smoothed over, patted down, covered with a light dusting of leaves as if they had never existed. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I rebuilt the fire until it was a roaring bonfire, a beacon against the oppressive, watching darkness. I sat with my back against a log, the tire iron I kept in my car resting heavily in my lap. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a human form. Every gust of wind sounded like it was forming my name. I stayed that way until the first hit of dawn, a prisoner in a cage of my own fear. The third day was a blur of frantic energy. The line between what was real and what was in my head had been obliterated. I was no longer just looking for a body. I was looking for proof that I wasn't losing my mind. I abandoned any pretense of a systematic search and just started digging, attacking the ground like an animal, driven by a primal need to find something. Late in the afternoon, when my muscles screamed and my spirit was all but broken, my shovel hit something that wasn't a rock or a root. It made a soft, yielding thud. Hope, terrifying and sharp, pierced through my exhaustion. I dropped to my knees, abandoning the shovel and clawing at the dirt with my bare hands. My fingers brushed against a coarse, synthetic fabric. Canvas, blue canvas, the one Noah had used, his sleeping bag. My heart felt like it stopped beating. This was it. After all these years, I dug around it, my breath coming in ragged sobs, a grotesque mix of horror and relief. I finally cleared enough dirt to grab the zipper. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold it. I took one last, shuddering breath and pulled it open. It was empty. I fell backward, scrambling away from the empty cocoon in the earth, a scream lodging itself in my throat, silent and suffocating. Where was he? How could he be gone? The world tilted on its axis, the trees spinning around me. Getting warmer, Ethan. The voice was behind me. Not in my ear this time, but a dozen yards away. It was real. It was there. I spun around, my body moving on pure, unadulterated terror. Standing at the edge of the woods, partially obscured by the long shadows of dusk, was a figure. It was tall and unnaturally gaunt. Its framed skeletal beneath clothes that were tattered, faded, and caked with 15 years of dirt. Its face was a pale, luminous mask in the dim light, the skin stretched taut over bone. But I knew the eyes. Sunken deep in their sockets, they burned with a cold, familiar light. They were Noah's eyes. Time ceased to function in any way I could comprehend. My universe contracted to the space between me and the thing that wore Noah's eyes. My legs were paralyzed, rooted to the spot by a terror so profound it felt like a physical weight. The figure took a slow, shuffling step forward, and the sound of its foot, dragging through the leaves, was like a match being struck against sandpaper. The details of its appearance sharpened in the fading light, each one a fresh spike of horror. Its skin wasn't just pale. It was the color of old parchment, stretched so thin over its cheekbones and jaw that it looked like it might tear. Patches of dark, mottled decay marred its neck and hands, and the smell a thick, cloying odor of damp earth, rot, and something else, something uniquely foul, washed over me. You left me, Ethan, the figure rasped. The voice was a parody of Noah's, as if being forced through a throat clogged with dirt and gravel. It took another dragging step towards me. You left me all alone in the dark. It's so cold in the ground. My mind, desperately trying to protect itself, screamed that this was a hallucination, a waking nightmare brought on by guilt and exhaustion. But the smell was too real. The sound of its voice was not in my head, it was in the air, vibrating against my eardrums. I finally found my own voice, a strangled sob that tore from my raw throat. No, I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry. It's okay, he said, and then he smiled. It was the single most horrific thing I have ever witnessed. His lips, thin and discolored, pulled back from gums that were black with rot. His teeth were yellowed and uneven, except for the one incisor he'd chipped during a hockey game in 10th grade. That detail, that small anchor to the boy he once was, shattered the last of my denial. This was him. This was what I had made. You can make it right? The corpse of my best friend continued, its smile widening. There's room for two in my new spot. That broke the spell. The instinct for self-preservation, the most primal and powerful force in any living creature, finally took over. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I just plunged into the darkening woods, branches whipping at my face, my feet stumbling over unseen roots. I could hear him behind me, not shuffling anymore, but moving with a steady, relentless purpose. The forest that had been my childhood playground was now a hostile, alien landscape. Every shadow was a grasping hand, every tree a silent, judging witness. You can't run from what you did, Ethan. His voice echoed through the trees, seeming to come from every direction at once.
I was your best friend!
You just left me. I panicked. I screamed back into the darkness, tears and sweat blinding me.
I was a kid! I was scared!
A dry, rattling laugh answered me. Scared. You want to know what scared is? It's waking up under the dirt. It's feeling the worms start to crawl. It's being alone with nothing but the memory of your best friend, throwing you away like trash. I ran harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I had no destination, no plan. I was just an animal fleeing a predator. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw him, a pale shape moving effortlessly through the undergrowth, gaining on me. He wasn't even breathing hard. He was a machine of vengeance, powered by 15 years of cold and darkness. Hours have passed, or maybe it's been minutes. It's fully dark now, a moonless, starless black that feels absolute. I found a hollow log, a massive, fallen giant half, buried in the forest floor. I crawled inside, pulling leaves and debris over the opening. It smells of decay and damp wood. I'm typing this on my phone, the screen's glow feeling like a beacon in the suffocating blackness. My battery is at 7%. I don't know who I'm writing this for. The police. Whoever finds my body. Maybe I'm just trying to leave something behind. A final confession to prove that I was here, that this happened, that I didn't just vanish off the face of the earth. I can hear him. He's not shouting anymore. He's calling my name. His voice calm and conversational, which is somehow 1,000 times more terrifying. It's getting closer. He's methodical, searching. A few minutes ago, I heard him say something that froze the blood in my veins. I remember where I buried the shovel, Ethan. A pause, filled only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. The one you used. It's funny, isn't it? How things come full circle. He's not shuffling anymore. I can hear his footsteps clearly now, the confident, steady tread of someone who knows exactly where he's going. He's running. He knows I'm close. He says it's my turn. My turn to be cold. My turn to be alone in the dark. The footsteps are right outside the log. Oh God, he's here. He's looking right at me. My name is Jessica Miller. In professional circles, and on the glossy pages of the magazines that occasionally publish my work, I am known as a wildlife photographer. That title, however, feels clinical insufficient for the raw, untamed passion that drives me. I am, more accurately, a chronicler of forgotten places, a portrait artist for the world's wetlands. I seek out the kind of primal beauty most people spend their lives avoiding, the murky, tea-colored waters of a Louisiana bayou, the tangled, aerial roots of a mangrove forest, standing like skeletal fingers against a setting sun, the oppressive, humid embrace of a swamp. There is a profound honesty in these places, a sense of life and death intertwined in a way that civilized society has long since paved over and forgotten. I specialize in capturing the soul of these ecosystems, a soul that is often hidden, elusive, and sometimes deeply unsettling. My latest obsession, the reason I found myself paddling deeper into the Florida Everglades than any sane person should, was a flower, Dendrophylax lindeni, the ghost orchid. It's a rare, spectral bloom, a leafless epiphyte that clings to the bark of cypress and pond apple trees. It's white. Intricate petals seem to float in the humid air, a phantom in the deep swamp. For a photographer like me, capturing it in its natural, undisturbed habitat is the equivalent of a mountaineer summiting K2. It requires patience, dedication, and a willingness to immerse oneself completely in an environment that is, by its very nature, hostile to human life. This was my third solo expedition in as many years, and I was fueled by a stubborn certainty that this time I would not fail. I was tracking a promising lead, a tip from an old gladesman who swore he'd seen a cluster of them in a particularly remote slough, miles from any marked trail or waterway. For 5 days, the swamp had been my world. I'd woken with the sun, the morning mist clinging to my kayak, and the air filled with the chorus of tree frogs. I'd spent my days navigating the labyrinthine channels, my paddle dipping silently into the dark water, my eyes scanning the cypress trees for that telltale flash of white. The solitude was immense, a heavy blanket that was both comforting and unnerving. Out here, the world was reduced to the essentials: the sun, the water, the rustle of sawgrass in the breeze, and the constant, watchful presence of the alligators, their log-like bodies gliding silently through the water or sunning themselves on the muddy banks, their ancient eyes following my every move. I was a guest in their kingdom, and I never forgot it. The change, when it came, was subtle at first. The air grew heavy, thick, and still, the usual gentle breeze dying completely. The vibrant symphony of the swamp, the birds, the insects, the frogs, faded into an expectant silence. A deep, bruised purple began to stain the western horizon, spreading across the sky with unnatural speed. I was still miles from my intended campsite, caught in a wide, open expanse of water, dotted with small cypress domes. I knew the danger immediately. A summer storm in the Everglades is not a gentle affair. It is a primal, violent explosion of nature's fury. I began to paddle furiously, my muscles straining as I aimed for the nearest cluster of trees, a small, muddy island that offered the only hope of shelter. But the storm was faster. The first gust of wind hit me like a physical blow, nearly tearing the paddle from my hands. The water, moments before a glassy sheet of black, was whipped into a frenzy of white, capped waves. Then came the rain, not in drops, but in solid, wind-driven sheets that blurred the world into a gray chaos. Thunder cracked directly overhead, a deafening explosion that vibrated through water and into my bones. My kayak, which had been my sturdy vessel for days, was suddenly a fragile toy tossed about by an angry giant. A wave, larger than the others, slammed into my side. The world tilted violently, and then I was submerged in the cold, murky water. The overturned kayak ripped from my grasp. Panic seized me, a cold fist clenching in my chest. I flailed, disoriented, my lungs screaming for air. My head broke the surface and I gasped, swallowing a mouthful of swamp water that tasted of mud and decay. The rain was so heavy it felt like I was drowning even in the open air. My gear, thousands of dollars of camera equipment, my GPS, my satellite phone, my food, my fresh water, was gone, swallowed by the dark water. All I had left was the small survival knife, clipped to my belt, and the clothes on my back. I saw the white hull of my kayak bobbing a few yards away and swam for it, my movements clumsy and desperate. Clinging to it like a life raft, I kicked my legs, letting the wind and waves push me toward the small island I had been trying to reach. My feet finally touched soft, sucking mud. I crawled onto the tiny patch of solid ground, hauling the useless kayak partway onto the bank, and collapsed, shivering and exhausted. The island was no bigger than a large room, a mound of mud and decaying leaves held together by the gnarled roots of a half-dozen ancient cypress trees. As the storm raged around me, I huddled at the base of the largest tree, the bark rough against my back, and felt the full weight of my situation crash down on me. I was stranded, alone, miles from civilization, with no way to call for help and no supplies. I was no longer a photographer observing nature. I was a part of it, as vulnerable as any other creature caught in the storm. The storm eventually passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and eerily silent. As the sun began to set, painting the bruised clouds in fiery shades of orange and red, the swamp came alive once more, but now its sounds held a new menace. The air, thick and humid, filled with the high-pitched, incessant whine of mosquitoes descending in hungry clouds. And beneath that, a deeper sound began to resonate through the twilight, the guttural, bellowing roars of alligators, a territorial chorus that echoed across the water. They were close. I knew I was in their hunting grounds, an exposed, warm-blooded creature on a tiny island. The night was long and miserable. I didn't dare sleep, my body trembling with a mixture of cold and fear. Every splash in the water, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. It was in the gray, pre-dawn hours, when the darkness had just begun to soften, that I heard a new sound. It wasn't the familiar splash of a fish, or the heavy surge of a gator slipping into the water. This was different. It was a heavy, rhythmic splashing, a thump, shush, thump, shush, as if something large and bipedal was wading through the shallows. It was followed by a sound that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end, a low, guttural hiss that ended in a gravelly growl, a sound that vibrated through the muddy ground beneath me. It was not the sound of any animal I had ever heard or studied. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stayed perfectly still, trying to convince myself it was just a large gator, my fear-addled mind playing tricks on me. But the sound came again, closer this time. Slowly, cautiously, I peered through the tangled curtain of cypress roots. In the faint, ethereal light of dawn, I saw it. It was standing in the shallow water at the edge of my island, not 20 yards away. The shape was humanoid. 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, a head, and it stood nearly 7 feet tall, with a physique of thick, powerful muscle. But that is where the humanity ended. Its skin was not skin at all, but a grotesque patchwork of thick, reptilian scales, shimmering wetly in shades of dark green and muddy brown. Its hands and feet were large and webbed, ending in long, wickedly curved black claws that gently stirred the water. Its face was a living nightmare, a horrifying fusion of man and reptile. A long, alligator-like snout was filled with rows of needle, sharp teeth, and set above it were 2 eyes that glowed with a faint, cold, yellow light. They were slitted, like a cat's or a snake's, and they scanned the shoreline with a terrifying, predatory intelligence. It was a gatorman. The name surfaced from the deepest recesses of my memory, a whispered legend from the old gladesman, a campfire story told to frighten tourists, a local folk tale. A myth, but the creature standing before me was no myth. It was terrifyingly real. It hadn't seen me. It was hunched over, its attention fixed on something in the water at its feet. With a smooth, powerful motion, it reached down and lifted its prize from the water. It was a large Florida softshell turtle. The creature held the struggling reptile in one of its massive, clawed hands and, with a casualness that was somehow the most horrifying thing I had ever witnessed, brought it to its mouth. There was a sickening crunch, a sound like a bowling ball dropped on pavement, as its jaws crushed the turtle's thick shell, as if it were an egg. I clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream, the taste of bile rising in my throat. It was hunting, and I was trapped on its island. Time ceased to have meaning. I was no longer a person, but a statue carved from pure terror, hidden amongst the cypress roots. My muscles were locked. My breath was a shallow, silent thing in my throat. I watched as the Gatorman finished its gruesome meal, the crunching sounds echoing in the quiet dawn air. It was methodical, efficient, its powerful jaws making short work of the turtle. When it was done, it tossed the shattered remains of the shell aside and dipped its long snout into the water, drinking deeply. Then, it raised its head, and its cold, yellow eyes swept across the water, the sawgrass, and the edge of my island. For a heart-stopping moment, its gaze seemed to pass directly over my hiding spot. I was certain it had seen me. I could feel its eyes on me, a physical pressure, a predator's focus that pinned me to the spot. But then its head turned, and it let out another of those low, hissing growls, a sound of grim satisfaction. The sun continued its ascent, burning away the morning mist and casting long shadows across the water. The light, which should have brought comfort, only brought a new kind of fear. I was more exposed now. The creature, however, seemed unbothered by the growing daylight. It did not retreat into the depths or seek shelter. Instead, it began to patrol. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace that was utterly terrifying, wading through the shallows that surrounded my tiny sanctuary. It was a sentry, a king surveying its domain. My island was the heart of its territory, and I was an intruder. The long, humid hours of the day became a singular, stretched-out moment of pure dread. Thirst became a torment, my throat a desert. Hunger gnawed at my stomach. The relentless mosquitoes, which I had barely noticed during the night, were now a constant, maddening presence, raising welts on every inch of my exposed skin. But these physical miseries were nothing compared to the psychological torture of the watch. I dared not move a muscle. I remained in my cramped position, my legs going numb, my back screaming in protest. Every time I shifted my weight, the rustle of a leaf or the squelch of mud sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. And every time, the creature's head would snap in my direction, its slitted eyes narrowing, its snout lifting to test the air. It knew something was here. It might not have seen me, but its primal instincts told it that its territory had been breached. It was the intelligence in its eyes that frightened me the most. This was not a mindless beast. When it looked around, it was not just a simple scan, it was an assessment. It observed the flight of a heron, the splash of a mullet, the way the wind moved through the sawgrass. It was processing its environment, aware of every detail. At one point, a large alligator, a 10-footer at least, swam into the channel near the island. The Gatorman stopped its patrol and simply stared at it. The two reptilian predators locked eyes across the water. There was no aggression, no challenge, just a silent, tense acknowledgement. After a long moment, the alligator, the apex predator of this entire ecosystem, slowly submerged and swam away, conceding the territory. In that moment, I understood. This creature was not just another animal in the swamp. It was the master of it. My mind, starved of stimulus beyond the all-consuming fear, began to fray at the edges. The heat and dehydration conjured mirages at the edge of my vision. The cypress trees seemed to twist into menacing shapes, their Spanish moss hanging like funeral shrouds. I started to wonder if I was hallucinating the whole thing. Maybe the storm had done more damage than I thought. Maybe I had a concussion or a fever, and this was all a terrible dream. I clung to that thought for a few moments, a desperate lifeline of denial. But then the creature would move, the sunlight glinting off its wet, green scales, and the reality would come crashing back in. The proof was right there, wading through the water, a living, breathing nightmare. I found the single, large, green scale I found embedded in the handle of my knife. I keep it in a box. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, just to prove to myself that I'm not crazy. As the afternoon sun beat down, a new feeling began to push through the paralysis anger. A hot, defiant rage. I was Jessica Miller. I had faced down charging elephants in the Serengeti and navigated treacherous rapids in the Amazon. I was a survivor. I would not die here, cowering in the mud, waiting to be some monster's next meal. The fear was still there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but it was now joined by a fierce, burning will to live. My mind, which had been a whirlwind of panic, began to clear. I was a photographer, a professional observer. It was time to stop being the prey and start being the strategist. I began to study it in earnest, forcing myself to see it not as a monster, but as a subject. I noted its patterns. It circled the island roughly every 30 minutes. It favored the deeper channel on the south side, where the water was cooler. It seemed less attentive in the full heat of the day, occasionally submerging itself completely for several minutes at a time, with only the slightest ripple on the surface to mark its position. These were small details, but they were everything. They were potential opportunities. They were hope. My eyes kept drifting to the overturned hull of my kayak. It was a wreck, but it was buoyant. It was my only chance. To stay on this island was to die. I would either starve or the creature would eventually find me. My only path to survival lay across the water, through its territory. The thought was terrifying, but the alternative was unthinkable. A plan, desperate and flimsy, began to form in my mind. I couldn't risk it in the daylight. I had to wait for the cover of darkness, for the deepest part of the night, when the moon was down. I would slip off the far side of the island, the side it patrolled less frequently. I would use the kayak not as a boat, but as a float, a shield, pushing it in front of me as I swam, keeping my body as submerged and silent as possible. It was a suicidal plan, but it was the only one I had. The sun finally began to dip below the horizon, and the swamp underwent its evening transformation once more. The sky bled into shades of purple and orange. The chorus of frogs and insects started up again. Usually, I found these sounds comforting. The lullaby of the wild. Tonight they were a cacophony that grated on my raw nerves, masking the one sound. I was desperate to hear the heavy, wet splashing of the Gatorman. The coming of darkness brought a new, more intimate kind of terror. During the day, the monster was a visible threat. In the dark, it would be an unseen horror, a presence I could only feel or hear just before it was too late. I took a deep, shuddering breath, the humid night air doing little to calm the frantic beating of my heart. I checked the small survival knife on my belt, my fingers wrapping around the familiar handle. It was a pitiful weapon against such a creature, but it was all I had. The clouds rolled in, obscuring the stars, plunging the swamp into an inky, impenetrable blackness. It was time. Waiting was the purest form of agony. I counted the creature's circuits around the island, my heart pounding in time with its heavy, splashing footsteps. I gave it one full rotation after the sky had turned completely black. A final 30-minute eternity to it was settled into its nightly rhythm. Then, moving with a slowness that felt physically painful, I began to act. I crawled on my belly like a snake, inching my way toward the overturned kayak. The mud was cool and soft, sucking at my clothes with every movement. The sounds of my own body, the frantic drumming of my heart, the ragged whisper of my breath, were deafening in my ears. I was convinced the creature could hear them from across the water. Finally, my fingers touched the cold, smooth plastic of the kayak's hull. It was heavier than I remembered, anchored by mud and water. Gritting my teeth, I began to push, exerting slow, steady pressure. It resisted, groaning softly in the mud before finally giving way. I guided it into the water with painstaking care, trying to mimic the natural sounds of the swamp, the gentle lapping of water against the shore. The water was shockingly cold, a stark contrast to the humid air. It soaked through my clothes instantly, and I had to fight back a violent shiver. With the kayak now floating, I slipped into the channel behind it, the water rising to my chest. The mud sucked at my feet, trying to hold me in place. I took one last look at the small island, a prison I was desperate to escape, and then turned my face toward the opposite bank, a vague, dark line somewhere in the oppressive blackness. I began to move, pushing the kayak in front of me, my hands paddling silently beneath the surface. Every stroke was a prayer. Every ripple that spread from my body was a potential death sentence. The water was a living thing around me, filled with unseen presences. A fish brushed against my leg, and I nearly screamed. The long, smooth stalk of a water lily wrapped around my ankle, and for a terrifying second, I thought it was a clawed hand. The sounds of the night, which had been a chaotic backdrop, were now a source of constant terror. The bellow of a bullfrog sounded like the creature's roar. The splash of a leaping mullet was the sound of it lunging toward me. I was swimming in pure fear, my imagination populating the dark water with horrors far worse than the one I knew was real. I was halfway across the channel, a distance that felt like miles. My muscles were beginning to ache with the cold and the strain. I allowed myself a flicker of hope, a tiny, dangerous spark in the overwhelming darkness. Maybe I would make it. Maybe it hadn't heard me. Maybe it was on the other side of the island, sleeping or hunting something else. It was that flicker of hope that made what happened next even more devastating. The water behind me didn't just splash, it erupted. It was as if a depth charge had gone off. A massive wave surged forward, slamming me and the kayak toward the bank. I didn't have time to turn. I didn't have time to scream. A hand impossibly strong and covered in rough, scaled skin clamped down on my right leg. The claws, long and sharp, dug into my flesh, and the pain was a white, hot explosion in my brain. I was dragged under the surface in a heartbeat. The world dissolved into a black, churning chaos of mud and bubbles. The pressure in my lungs was immediate and unbearable. Panic, absolute and primal, took over. I kicked and clawed, my nails scraping against its tough, scaly hide. Its grip was like a vise, an unbreakable band of muscle and bone. It was pulling me down, deeper into the dark, into the soft mud at the bottom of the channel. My last bit of air escaped my lips in a desperate, silvery stream. This is it, I thought, a strange, calm certainty in the midst of the violent struggle. This is how I die. But as the darkness began to close in at the edges of my vision, my thrashing right hand brushed against the handle of my knife. The anger, the defiant rage I had felt earlier, surged back, a final, desperate burst of adrenaline. I wasn't prey. I was a fighter. With a strength I didn't know I possessed, I ripped the knife from its sheath. I had no idea where the creature was, no sense of up or down in the swirling blackness. I just jammed the blade upwards, blindly. With all the force left in my body, I felt it connect. There was a moment of resistance, then the blade sank into something soft, yielding. The creature roared, a horrible, gurgling, underwater sound that vibrated through my entire body. For a single, crucial second, its iron grip on my leg loosened. It was all the chance I needed. I tore my leg free, ignoring the searing pain, and kicked for the surface. My head broke into the night air, and I took a huge, ragged gasp, my lungs burning as if on fire. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I swam with a strength born of pure, unadulterated terror. My arms and legs pumped like pistons, my mind a blank slate of pure survival instinct. I swam for the muddy bank, for the solid ground, for life itself. I felt the water surge behind me and knew it was coming, but I didn't look back. I scrambled onto the bank, my hands sinking into the soft mud, and I ran. I ran through the swamp all night, a wild, panicked flight through a hostile world. I was no longer a photographer, no longer a strategist. I was just an animal, fleeing a predator. I crashed through thickets of sawgrass that tore at my skin like razors. Thorns ripped at my clothes and my face. I stumbled over cypress knees and fell into stagnant pools of water, only to scramble out and keep running. Snakes slithered under my feet, and unseen things rustled in the darkness around me, but none of it mattered. The only thing that mattered was the monster behind me, the memory of its grip, the sound of its underwater roar. I ran until my lungs were raw, until my legs were numb, until the sun finally began to rise, casting a gray, merciful light over the swamp. I was found by a pair of fishermen at sunrise. I had collapsed on the side of a remote canal, miles from where the storm had hit me. I was a wreck, covered in mud and blood, my clothes in tatters. I was incoherent, babbling about a monster, a Gatorman. They were kind men. They gave me water and wrapped me in a blanket. They called for help. But they didn't believe my story. The paramedics, the sheriff's deputies, they all had the same explanation. I was delirious from exposure and dehydration. I had been attacked by a large alligator, a big gator, they said, nodding sagely. As if that explained everything. An alligator bite can do strange things to a person's mind. But they couldn't explain the wounds on my leg. They weren't the ragged, tearing marks of an alligator's bite. They were deep, parallel gouges, 5 of them, perfectly spaced. The clear imprint of a clawed hand. And they couldn't explain what I found when I finally got my gear back. When a park ranger recovered my knife from the muddy bank where I had dropped it in my flight. Embedded in the handle, wedged tightly near the hilt, was a single, large reptilian scale. It was thick and hard, a dark, shimmering green. It wasn't from any alligator, turtle, or snake I had ever seen. I keep that scale in a small, locked box on my desk. Sometimes, late at night, when the memory of the swamp comes rushing back, I take it out. I hold it in my hand, the weight of it a solid, terrifying proof. It reminds me that I'm not crazy. It reminds me that what I saw was real. And it reminds me to never, ever go back to the Everglades. Because I know, with a certainty that chills me to my very soul, that it's still out there, swimming in the dark, murky water. And it remembers the one that got away. My name is Sarah Jenkins, but that name means less to me than the titles I've earned at mountaineer, alpinist, conqueror of the useless. I've always been drawn to the silent, unforgiving places of the world, the spaces on the map marked only by contour lines and warnings. There's a certain purity in the thin, cold air above the tree line, a place where the concerns of the world below simply cannot survive. It's a brutal, honest environment. The mountain doesn't care about your feelings or your fears. It cares only about physics, endurance, and the strength of your will. I've pitted myself against some of the greatest, leaving footprints on the summits of Denali, Aconcagua, and the Matterhorn. Each ascent was a pilgrimage, a test of flesh and spirit that left me feeling more alive than anything else ever could. I live for the challenge, the ache in my muscles, the burn in my lungs, and that sublime, fleeting moment of standing on top of the world, looking down on a kingdom of clouds and stone. So when I stumbled upon the legend of Mount Corbin, it was like hearing a siren's song meant only for me. It wasn't in any of the glossy climbing magazines or popular forums. I found it in a dusty, leather-bound journal in a second-hand bookshop, a forgotten account from a cartographer in the late 1800s. He described a peak hidden deep in a remote corner of the Great Smoky Mountains, a jagged spire of granite and shale that tore at the sky like a broken tooth. He wrote that the local Cherokee had a name for it that translated to a place where spirits weep, and that they refused to go near it. According to his notes, it remained unclimbed, a blank spot in the annals of mountaineering. The idea took root in my soul and became an obsession. To be the first to place my hand on a summit no human had ever touched. That was the ultimate prize. My research led me to the nearest town, a place aptly named Hemlock Hollow. It was less a town and more a forgotten pocket of the past. A handful of weathered buildings huddled together in a valley that seemed to perpetually lie in shadow. As I drove in, the modern world peeled away. Paved roads gave way to gravel, and cell service vanished completely. The air grew thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The people moved at a slower pace, their faces etched with the kind of deep, set lines that come from a life of hardship and suspicion. They were polite enough, but their eyes followed me, the outsider, the woman with the brand new hiking gear, and a look of foolish determination. They tried to warn me off, of course. In the town's only general store, a place that smelled of sawdust and cured tobacco, the locals spoke of the mountain in hushed, reverent tones. They told me stories that had been passed down through generations. Tales of a cursed peak, haunted by a guardian spirit. They had two names for it, the Bujum, a nonsensical word that still carried a weight of dread, and the old man of the mountain. They said he was a primal, vengeful spirit who considered the peak his sacred throne and would bring ruin to any mortal who dared to trespass. An old woman with eyes as dark and cloudy as a coming storm took my arm as I was paying for my supplies. Her grip was surprisingly strong, her knuckles bony and cold against my skin. "He sends the storms," she whispered, her voice a dry rustle of leaves. "Not the normal kind. They come from nowhere, black and full of spite. He makes the rocks fall, not by chance, but with purpose. He loosens the holds under your fingers. No one who goes up that mountain comes back right. Some don't come back at all. The last one, a young man full of pride like you. They found him weeks later, wandering the woods miles away, his mind as empty as a hollow gourd." I thanked her for her concern, offering a tight, dismissive smile as I gently pulled my arm away. I bought my freeze, dried meals, my fuel canisters, and a new length of rope. I'm not superstitious. I believe in skill, meticulous preparation, and the reliability of good equipment. I believe in weather forecasts, geological surveys, and my own two hands. Ghosts and vengeful spirits were just metaphors, primitive explanations for the natural dangers of the wild. Unpredictable weather, rock slides, the disorienting effects of altitude and isolation. Their boojum was just a story. They told their children to keep them from wandering too far into the woods. The first day of the climb was a vindication of my beliefs. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue, and the rock was solid and trustworthy under my boots and fingers. The road I had planned was challenging but manageable, a series of clean vertical cracks and stable ledges. I moved with a steady, practiced rhythm, my body a well-oiled machine. I made good time, ascending faster than my most optimistic projections, and set up my first camp on a wide, sheltered ledge about halfway up the face. As the sun began to set, it set the horizon on fire. The rugged landscape below was bathed in hues of orange, pink, and deep purple. The view was breathtaking, a masterpiece of raw, untamed nature. I sat by my small stove, watching the water for my dinner come to a boil, and felt that familiar, intoxicating thrill, the deep, quiet sense of accomplishment, of being exactly where I was meant to be. I was alone, suspended between heaven and earth, and I had never felt more powerful or more in control. The feeling of being watched started that night. It began subtly, as a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I'd turn my head, expecting to see something, but there was only the cold, indifferent face of the mountain. I dismissed it. It was just the isolation, the vast emptiness of the space around me playing tricks on my mind. It's a common phenomenon among solo adventurers. But the feeling didn't fade. It intensified, growing into a cold, malevolent pressure, like a storm front moving in, heavy and charged with unseen energy. It felt distinctly personal, as if a pair of eyes were fixed on me from the impenetrable darkness beyond the small circle of my headlamp. I did a thorough check of the ledge, my ice axe held tightly in my hand. I looked for tracks, for any sign of a mountain lion or a bear, but there was nothing. The granite was bare. My rational mind offered explanations: paranoia, fatigue, the strange acoustics of the mountainside. I forced myself to accept them. I crawled into my sleeping bag, zipped it up to my chin, and tried to focus on the plan for the next day. Then I heard the moaning. It wasn't the wind whistling through the rocks. I know that sound intimately. It has been the lullaby for 100 of my nights spent on high ledges. This was different. It was a deep, guttural, sorrowful sound that seemed to come not from the air, but from the rock itself. It vibrated through the ground, up through my sleeping mat and into my bones. It was a sound of ancient, bottomless grief, a lament that echoed with an undercurrent of simmering anger. It rose and fell with the cadence of a slow, agonized breath, the sound of a world of pain being given a voice. I lay there, frozen, every muscle in my body clenched tight. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the deafening silence between each mournful cry. The logical explanations died in my throat. There was nothing in my world, in the world of skill, preparation, equipment, that could explain that sound. It was the sound of a legend waking up. Sleep did not come. How could it? I lay rigid in my sleeping bag for what felt like an eternity, listening. But the sound did not return. It had been a singular, terrifying performance. And now the mountain was silent again, a silence that was somehow more menacing than the moan itself. By the time the first hint of gray light touched the eastern sky, I was afraid nerve. I told myself it was an animal. A cougar's scream can sound eerily human, and perhaps the rock formations had distorted it into something else entirely. I told myself it was a geological phenomenon, some release of gas from deep within the earth. I cycled through a dozen rational explanations, each one sounding flimsier than the last. But my pride, that stubborn, arrogant core of my being, seized upon them. It had to be a natural occurrence. To admit otherwise would be to admit that the old woman in Hemlock Hollow was right, that I was a fool, and that I was trespassing in a place governed by rules I didn't understand. That was an admission I was not prepared to make. I packed up my camp with jerky, inefficient movements, my hands clumsy with cold and lack of sleep. The glorious sunrise I had witnessed the evening before was absent. In its place, a strange, sickly yellow light filtered through a high, thin layer of cloud that hadn't been there at sunset. The air was heavy, still, and unnaturally cold. I checked my satellite weather report again. It was adamant clear skies, low winds, a perfect day for climbing. But the sky above me was telling a different story. A dark line was forming on the western horizon, a bruise spreading across the pale heavens. The weather turned with a speed and ferocity that defied all meteorological logic. The clear sky didn't just vanish, it was devoured. Within an hour, the thin clouds had consolidated into a thick, swirling fog, a roiling mass of gray that clung to the mountainside like a shroud. Visibility dropped to a few feet. The temperature plummeted, and a biting wind began to scream across the rock face. It wasn't a steady wind. It came in violent, unpredictable gusts, trying to tear me from my holds, to peel my fingers from the rock like a child pulling legs off an insect. This wasn't in the forecast. This wasn't a storm, it was an attack. The old woman's words echoed in my head. He sends the storms. Not the normal kind. They come from nowhere, black and full of spite. Every instinct, every ounce of my considerable experience, screamed at me to turn back, to descend while I still could. But I was so close. The summit was just a few hundred feet above me. To retreat now would be to surrender, not to a mountain, but to a ghost story. My stubborn pride took the wheel. I would not be scared off by a change in the weather and a few spooky noises. I gritted my teeth against the wind, which now carried a payload of stinging ice pellets, and pushed on. The climb became a desperate, vertical battle. The rock, once so reliable, was now slick with a thin, treacherous film of ice. The wind howled in my ears, a cacophony of shrieks and whispers. At times, I could almost make out words in the chaos, a deep, guttural language that scraped at the edges of my sanity. I told myself it was auditory pareidolia, the brain's tendency to find patterns in random noise. But the whispers sounded like my name. Through the suffocating fog, I started seeing things. At first, it was just a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, something I could dismiss as a trick of the light. But it became more distinct. A shape on the rocks above me, impossibly tall and gaunt, watching me before melting back into the mist. A dark figure standing on a ledge I knew was too narrow to hold a man, its form shaggy and indistinct. The Boojum, the old man of the mountain. My rational mind fought back, supplying explanations. Hallucinations brought on by exhaustion, altitude, and extreme stress. My brain was simply creating a monster from the shadows and the stories I'd been told. But with each fleeting glimpse, my conviction wavered. The figure didn't feel like a hallucination. It felt ancient and real, a part of the mountain itself, and it was watching my every move with a cold, calculating patience. Fear was a physical thing now, a knot of ice in my stomach. My arrogance had been stripped away, layer by layer, by the wind, the cold, and the relentless, watching presence. All that was left was a raw, primal terror. My rational mind was no longer offering explanations. It was screaming at me to flee, to get off this accursed peak. But the climber in me, the part that had defined my entire life, the part that craved the summit above all else, refused to listen. It was a compulsion, a madness. I had come here to be the first, and I would either stand on that peak or die trying. The thought no longer felt heroic. It felt like a death sentence I had written for myself. I reached the peak in the gray, disorienting void of the late afternoon. The wind had died down to an eerie whisper, and the fog was so thick I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. There was no triumphant view, no breathtaking panorama to reward my struggle. There was only a small, flat area of rock surrounded by a swirling, featureless abyss. I had made it. I was standing on the unclimbed summit of Mount Corbin. But I felt no joy, no thrill of victory. All I felt was a profound, soul-crushing sense of dread. I had not conquered this place. I had trespassed. I had broken into a sacred place. And the silence that surrounded me was not peaceful. It was the silence of a held breath, the quiet before a final, terrible judgment. I touched the small cairn, like rock at the highest point, the official summit. The stone was unnaturally cold, seeming to suck the warmth from my fingertips. I didn't linger. The urge to get away, to descend back into the world of the living, was overwhelming. As I turned to begin my descent, I saw him. He was standing not 10 feet away, and this was no fleeting glimpse, no trick of the fog. He was horribly, undeniably real. He was a massive, 8-foot tall creature of rock and moss and ancient rage. His body was a gnarled, twisted mockery of the human form, composed of the same gray, ice-rimmed granite I had just spent 2 days climbing. Patches of dark green moss clung to him like patches of rotting fur. His face was a gnarled mask of ancient bark, with cracks and fissures that mimicked a scowl of eternal fury. And his eyes were not eyes at all, but 2 points of faint, pale light, like phosphorescence deep in a cave. And they burned with a cold, dead hatred that was older than the trees, older than the mountains themselves. It was the Bujum, the old man of the mountain. He didn't move. He didn't rush me. He just stood there, a silent, monolithic embodiment of the mountain's wrath. He raised a stony hand, a gesture that was slow, deliberate, and utterly final. He pointed a finger, a jagged shard of rock, directly at me. And then he moaned. It was that same deep, soul-shaking sound from the night before, but it was no longer a sound of sorrow. The grief was gone, replaced by a terrible, resonant finality. It wasn't a warning anymore. It was a verdict. It was the sound of judgment being passed. The rock beneath my feet trembled violently. A deep, grinding, cracking sound echoed all around me, coming from the very heart of the peak. The summit, the small, flat area of rock I was standing on, the prize I had sacrificed everything for, was breaking apart. I don't remember the fall. My mind, in a final act of self-preservation, has walled off the memory, leaving only a chaotic slideshow of disconnected sensory horrors. I remember the horrifying feeling of the world dropping out from under me, the solid ground I had fought so hard to reach simply ceasing to exist. I remember a gut-wrenching sensation of weightlessness, a stomach lurching plunge into the gray, swirling void. There was a deafening roar, the sound of 1,000 tons of granite grinding and shattering, a sound that was both the mountain's death cry and its triumphant shout of victory. There was the scream of the wind, or perhaps it was my own, a thin, pathetic shriek swallowed by the immensity of the chaos. I recall a maelstrom of rock and snow and ice, a brutal, churning avalanche that I was a part of, a helpless rag doll tossed about in a giant's fist. My last coherent thought was not of survival, but of a profound and terrible understanding. The old woman was right. The mountain was alive, and I had angered it. I woke up to a world of white and red. White snow, red pain. I was at the base of the mountain, half buried in a debris field of fresh snow and shattered rock. The fog had lifted, and a cold, indifferent sun was shining in a clear blue sky, mocking the fury of the storm that had tried to kill me. Every part of my body was a symphony of agony. My left leg was twisted at an impossible angle, the jagged end of a bone protruding from a torn fabric of my climbing pants. A hot, searing fire burned in my chest with every shallow breath I managed to draw. My face felt like a raw, swollen mask, and the coppery taste of blood filled my mouth. I tried to move, to push myself up, but the pain was a white, hot explosion that sent me spiraling back into unconsciousness. My world shrank to that small circle of suffering, a cycle of waking to blinding pain, and then mercifully blacking out again. I was vaguely aware of the passage of time, of the sun crawling across the sky, of the world growing dark, of the bone, deep cold of the night. I was dying, and I knew it. A search party found me 2 days later. My first awareness of them was the sound of a dog barking, then faint shouts. I couldn't respond. My throat was raw, my lips cracked and frozen. I remember fragmented images, the concerned, bearded face of a man in a bright orange jacket leaning over me, the gentle but excruciating process of being strapped into a rescue toboggan, the rhythmic whoomp, whoomp, whoomp of a helicopter's blades as I was airlifted from the mountain's shadow. The world of humans felt distant, unreal. Their voices were a meaningless buzz, their faces a blur. My mind was still up on that peak, locked in that final, terrible moment with the creature of rock and moss. The hospital was a shock to the system, a sterile, brightly lit world of beeping machines and hushed, professional voices. It was the complete antithesis of the raw, primal world I had just been ripped from. They cataloged my injuries with clinical detachment. My leg was shattered in 3 places, a complex fracture that would require multiple surgeries, pins, and rods. I had 3 broken ribs and a punctured lung. My face was a mess of deep cuts and bruises, and I would need stitches across my cheek and forehead. I drifted in and out of a morphine-induced haze, the sterile white of the hospital room often melting away into the swirling, gray fog of the summit. The doctor was a kind man with gentle eyes, but his words were a death sentence. The surgeries were successful, Sarah. He told me, his voice soft. We've done everything we can for your leg. With extensive physical therapy, you'll walk again, probably with a limp. But your climbing career, I'm afraid that's over. The bones will never be strong enough to handle that kind of stress again. He said the words with sympathy, but he couldn't possibly understand their weight. He might as well have told me I would never breathe again. I'll never climb again. I tell people it's because of what the doctor said, because my leg will never be strong enough. It's a simple, logical explanation that people can accept. It allows them to nod and offer their condolences for my lost passion. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is that my body may have been found at the base of the mountain, but my soul never left the summit. It's still there, trapped in the cold, thin air, forever standing before that creature of stone and rage. The arrogance, the pride, the unshakable self-belief that drove me to the world's highest places, it's all gone. The Boojum broke it, shattered it as completely as he shattered the summit and my leg. He left behind a hollow shell, filled with a fear so profound, so elemental, that it has become the new core of my being. Sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding, drenched in a cold sweat. The image of those pale, glowing eyes burned to the back of my eyelids. I can feel the phantom sensation of the rock crumbling beneath my feet. And sometimes, when the weather is bad, when a storm rolls in and the wind howls outside my window, I can hear it. It's a low, moaning sound. A deep, sorrowful vibration that seems to come from the very bones of the earth. It's the same sound I heard on that ledge. The sound of ancient grief and anger. And I know the old man is still out there. I know he's still watching me. I trespassed on his sacred ground. I was the first and only person to stand on his summit, and for a fleeting moment, I conquered his mountain. And in return, he didn't kill me. He did something far worse. He took the only thing that ever mattered to me, the one thing that made me who I was, and left me here to live without it. My name is Tom Harding, or at least it was. Names feel like a luxury now, a relic from a world I can no longer reach. Just a few days ago, that name meant something. It was attached to a recently divorced, moderately successful architect from Seattle who thought a week alone on the Pacific Northwest Trail would be the perfect antidote to a life that had curdled. I'd pictured myself returning with a new beard, a clearer head, and a profound sense of self-reliance. The wilderness, I told myself, had a way of stripping you down to your essential parts and showing you what you were really made of. I had no idea how right I was. The trip began as planned. The first 2 days of symphony of solitude and sweat. The air was crisp and clean, smelling of damp earth and pine. The rhythmic crunch of my boots on the trail was a meditative mantra, and the sheer, indifferent grandeur of the mountains made my own problems feel appropriately small. I was competent, I was capable, I was in control. The divorce, the arguments over assets, the hollowed out feeling of coming home to an empty house. It all seemed to fade with each upward mile. That was my first mistake, hubris. The wilderness doesn't care about your competence, and it has a particular appetite for the arrogant. The third day, the sky turned a bruised, sullen gray. The trail guide had mentioned a fork near a distinctive granite outcrop that looked like a wolf's head. I was supposed to bear left, but my mind was elsewhere, replaying a particularly vicious argument with my ex-wife, her words echoing louder than the rising wind. I was so lost in the bitter labyrinth of my own memory that I barely registered the outcrop when I passed it. I just kept walking, my boots eating up the miles, pushing me deeper into a place I didn't belong. It was the rain that finally broke my self-induced trance. It didn't start with a drizzle. It was a sudden, violent downpour, as if the sky had simply ripped open. The temperature plummeted. Within minutes, I was soaked through. My expensive waterproof gear proving to be a flimsy defense against the deluge. The trail dissolved into a muddy stream. I pulled out my map. but the rain had already bled the ink into a meaningless swirl of green and brown contours. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my carefully constructed composure. Every tree looked the same. Every direction was a wall of impenetrable, dripping green. The sun was setting, not that I could see it through the thick canopy and the sheets of rain, but the forest was growing darker, the shadows deepening into something menacing. I was shivering uncontrollably, my teeth chattering a frantic rhythm against the roar of the storm. I was no longer a man communing with nature. I was a lost animal, cold, blind, and terrified. Just as a genuine, soul-deep despair began to set in, I saw it. Through a gap in the ancient, monolithic trees, a light. It was a soft, warm, buttery, yellow glow. The kind of light that promises warmth and safety. It was a cabin. Hope, so powerful it was almost painful, surged through me. A jolt of adrenaline that propelled my numb legs forward. I stumbled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my voice a raw croak as I called out, "Hello, is anyone there? Please, I need help." The door creaked open, spilling more of that welcoming light onto the dark, sodden ground. A figure filled the doorway, a silhouette against the warmth within. As he stepped forward, his features resolved in the very picture of a rustic mountain man. He was large, broad-shouldered, and thick-chested, with a magnificent, gray, streaked beard that covered half his chest. He wore a red plaid flannel shirt and worn denim, and his smile was wide and instantly disarming, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Well now, look what the rain washed in," he said, his voice a deep, reassuring baritone that seemed to vibrate with warmth. "Come on and out of the wet, friend. You look half frozen to death." He introduced himself as Jedidiah, though he insisted I call him Jed. He ushered me inside with a heavy, calloused hand on my shoulder, and the relief of escaping the biting wind and rain was so profound it almost brought me to my knees. The cabin's interior was a single large room, dominated by a massive stone fireplace, where a cheerful fire crackled and spat, throwing dancing shadows on the rough, hewn wooden walls. The air smelled of wood smoke, drying herbs, and something savory that was cooking. From a doorway that presumably led to a kitchen, a woman emerged. She was the perfect counterpart to Jed, plump and round, with a kind, motherly face and cheeks so rosy they looked like she'd just come in from a brisk walk. Her graying hair was tied in a neat bun, and she wiped her hands on a flour-dusted apron as she approached, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. "Oh, you poor dear," she clucked, her voice soft and gentle. "Jedidiah, get him a blanket. He's soaked to the bone." This was Martha, Jed's wife. Her presence amplified the sense of safety, of having stumbled into a sanctuary. 2 others were in the room, seated at a simple wooden table in the corner. They rose as I entered, and I saw they were teenage boys, perhaps 16 or 17. They had the same tall, sturdy build as their father, but where Jed was open and boisterous, the boys were unnervingly still. They moved with a quiet, deliberate grace that seemed out of place for their age. They had the same dark hair and watchful eyes. Jed introduced them as Caleb and Silas. They nodded at me in unison, their faces blank and unreadable, and then returned to their seats, their gaze fixed on me. There was no hostility in their stare, but there was an intensity, a focused curiosity that was subtly unsettling. I dismissed it as the shyness of youth, the caution of people unaccustomed to strangers. Martha bustled around me, wrapping a thick, scratchy wool blanket around my shoulders, and pressing a steaming bowl of stew into my trembling hands. "Eat up," she urged. "It'll put the warmth back in you." The stew was divine, the best thing I had ever tasted. It was rich and hearty, filled with tender meat and root vegetables in a thick, savory broth. Each spoonful was a balm, chasing away the deep, gnawing cold in my bones. Jed sat me in a large armchair by the fire and began to fill a pipe with tobacco, his movements slow and methodical. "We don't get many visitors out this way," he said, tamping the tobacco down with his thumb. He struck a match and puffed, the sweet, smelling smoke mingling with the scent of the fire. "It's a real pleasure to have the company. Most folks who wander this deep into the woods aren't looking to be found." He chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. "Or they're just plain lost, like you." I felt a wave of overwhelming gratitude. These people had taken me in without a second thought, offering me warmth, food, and shelter from a storm that could have easily killed me. I explained my situation, the divorce, the hike, the stupid mistake that led me here. They listened patiently, nodding in all the right places. "The woods can be unforgiving," Martha said softly, refilling my bowl before I'd even realized I'd finished it. "It's good you found us." As my body warmed and my stomach filled, my exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. My eyelids felt like they were lined with lead. Noticing my drooping head, Jed smiled. "Looks like you're about done in, Tom. We've got a spare room. It's small, but the bed is comfortable. You can stay the night. And I'll help you find the trail again in the morning, when the storm's passed." The offer was more than I could have hoped for. I thanked them profusely, my words slurring with fatigue. Martha led me to a small room off the main living area. It was just as Jed described. Small and cozy, with a simple wooden bed frame, a thick quilt, and a single small window. I barely noticed anything else. I mumbled my thanks one last time, shed my wet clothes, and collapsed onto the bed. The world dissolved into a dreamless, heavy sleep, the sound of the rain on the roof a distant, comforting lullaby. I felt safe. I felt saved. I couldn't have been more wrong. It wasn't a nightmare that woke me, but a simple, mundane need. A pressure in my bladder that cut through the deep fog of exhaustion. For a few disoriented seconds, I didn't know where I was. The room was pitch black, the only sound the steady, drumming rhythm of rain on the roof. Then it came back to me, the storm, the cabin, Jed and Martha. Safety. I sighed, a breath of pure relief, and swung my legs out of the warm cocoon of the quilt. The floorboards were cold against my bare feet. They had told me the outhouse was just behind the cabin. I felt around in the dark for my boots, my fingers brushing against the damp. Rough wool of my hiking socks laid out beside them. I pulled the boots on, not bothering with the laces, and quietly turned the wooden handle of my bedroom door. It opened with a low groan that sounded deafening in the oppressive silence of the cabin. The main room was bathed in a faint, hellish red glow. The roaring fire that had been so welcoming earlier had burned down to a bed of pulsing, malevolent embers. They cast long, distorted shadows that writhed and danced on the walls, making the familiar shapes of chairs and a table seem monstrous and alien. The air was still and heavy, thick with the smell of cold smoke and the lingering scent of the stew. The cabin was utterly silent. The comforting sounds of a sleeping family, the gentle snores, the rustle of blankets, were conspicuously absent. It felt less like a home and more like a stage, the actors waiting just out of sight for their cue. I tiptoed across the floor, my eyes slowly adjusting to the gloom. My path to the main door took me directly past the fireplace. As I drew level with it, the faint light of the embers caught something on the wall above the mantelpiece. It wasn't the dark, grainy wood I remembered. The surface was cluttered, reflecting the red light in dozens of small, rectangular patches. I paused, my curiosity piqued. Family photos, I assumed. A shrine to a life lived in these woods. I took a half step closer, squinting in the dim light to make out the images. My blood didn't just run cold, it turned ice. They weren't photos. They were driver's licenses. At least a dozen of them, maybe more. Nailed directly to the wooden wall in a neat, overlapping grid, like the scales of some grotesque reptile. I could see the familiar holographic emblems of Washington, Oregon, and California shimmering in the firelight. I could see the faces. A young woman with a bright, hopeful smile. A middle-aged man with a tired, wary expression. A college-age kid with a cocky grin. Men and women, young and old, all staring out from their plastic rectangles, their last official portraits displayed like hunting trophies. Each one was a silent testament to a journey that ended right here, in this cozy, welcoming cabin. A wave of nausea washed over me, and my breath hitched in my throat. This was a gallery of the lost. The other visitors, Jed had mentioned. My gaze fell to the stone mantelpiece itself. Sitting there, next to a dusty kerosene lamp and a stack of old books, was my wallet. It was lying open. The small, clear plastic window where my driver's license should have been was empty. The air rushed out of my lungs. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic trapped bird. This wasn't a sanctuary, it was a slaughterhouse. I backed away from the fireplace, my eyes darting around the now terrifying room, re-evaluating everything I had seen. The kindness, the warmth, the delicious stew. It was all a lie, a carefully constructed trap for the desperate and the lost. My gaze landed on my hiking pack, slumped in the corner where I'd left it. It was unbuckled, its contents spilling slightly onto the floor. I could see from where I stood that my GPS unit was gone. My emergency beacon was gone. My sheath knife, which I always kept strapped to the side, was also missing. They had stripped me of everything. My connection to the outside world, my ability to defend myself, all of it gone. I was utterly, completely alone. I had to get out. Now. I spun around, my eyes fixed on the heavy wooden door, the only exit I knew. It was my only chance. I took one step, then another, my movements clumsy with terror. And then I stopped. A shape detached itself from the deepest shadows near the door. A large, hulking silhouette, standing so still and quiet I hadn't seen it. It was Jed. He was standing there, blocking my escape, a wide, friendly smile plastered on his face. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. In the dying light of the fire, they were no longer warm and crinkling. They were cold, flat, and utterly devoid of emotion, like the eyes of a shark. The rustic hospitality had evaporated, leaving behind something ancient and predatory. "Woke up, did you?" he said. His voice was the same warm, welcoming baritone, but now it was laced with a chilling undercurrent of amusement. It was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. "The stew sitting all right with you?" He took a slow step towards me, and I took an involuntary step back. Martha uses a special recipe, passed down through the generations. We find it really tenderizes the meat. As if summoned by his words, another figure appeared in the dark doorway to the kitchen. It was Martha. Her rosy cheeks and motherly smile seemed gress in the dim, red light. Then, behind her, The two boys, Caleb and Silas, materialized from the shadows. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their quiet stillness now radiating a palpable menace. They were all smiling the exact same empty, predatory smile as their father, and they were all holding knives. Not small kitchen knives, but long, sharp, wicked-looking butcher knives that gleamed in the faint light from the embers. "It's been so long since we had fresh company," Martha said, her soft voice now oozing a sickly sweetness that made my skin crawl. "We were so happy to see you come out of the rain." My mind screamed, "Run!"
Fight. Do something.
But my body was paralyzed with a terror so profound it felt like a physical weight. I was unarmed, facing 4 people who had clearly done this many times before. I was just the latest in a long line of wary travelers who had mistaken a predator's lure for a safe harbor. Then, my panicked eyes caught something. A dark square on the floor near the kitchen entrance that I hadn't noticed before. A handle. A trapdoor. It wasn't a choice, it was an instinct. As Jed took another step forward, I broke from my paralysis. I finted to my left, and as they shifted their weight, I lunged for the door, my fingers fumbling for the iron ring. I yanked it open, revealing a black, gaping hole that smelled of damp earth and rot. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself into the darkness, tumbling down a short flight of rough wooden stairs and landing hard on a cold dirt floor. Above me, I heard a shout of surprise, then laughter. I scrambled back to the base of the stairs and slammed the heavy wooden door shut, just as a heavy boot thumped against it. My hands searched frantically in the dark and found a thick wooden crossbar. With trembling, clumsy fingers, I managed to slide it into the heavy iron brackets on the door and frame. It wouldn't hold them for long, but it was something. I collapsed against the damp earth wall, my body shaking uncontrollably, and listened. They weren't trying to break the door down. There was no pounding, no yelling. After a moment of silence, I heard their footsteps on the floorboards directly above my head. Then, a scraping sound, the sound of a knife being sharpened against a stone. It was slow, rhythmic, and patient. They weren't in a hurry. They knew I had nowhere to go. Then I heard them talking, their voices muffled but clear. It was Jed. "No need to rush it," he said, his voice calm and conversational. "Let him marinate in the dark for a bit. Hope he hasn't spoiled." And then I heard Martha laugh. A high, cheerful sound that echoed in the darkness of my tomb. The darkness in the root cellar was absolute. It was a physical presence, a thick, cold blanket that smothered my senses. The only thing that pierced it was the sound from above, Martha's cheerful, incongruous laughter. It was the sound of a predator delighting in the fear of its cornered prey. I scrambled away from the door, crab walking backward until my shoulders hit the damp, unyielding earth of the far wall. I slid down to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible, as if I could somehow shrink out of existence. My body was racked with violent, uncontrollable shudders that had nothing to do with the cold. Time ceased to have meaning. Seconds stretched into agonizing minutes. Minutes bled into an eternity of terror. I was trapped in a sensory deprivation chamber of my own fear, with the muffled sounds from the cabin floorboards above serving as my tormentors. I heard their footsteps, casual and unhurried, pacing back and forth. I heard the rhythmic scrape of a knife being sharpened, a sound that seemed to be honing itself directly on my nerve endings. I heard their voices, calm and conversational. discussing me as if I were a cut of meat. They were deciding how to prepare. Always better when they're a bit frightened. Martha's voice drifted down, syrupy and sweet. The adrenaline tenderizes them. He's a big one. Ma, one of the boys said, his voice a flat monotone. Lots of muscle. Might be tough. That's what the stew is for. Silas. Jed's baritone rumbled, followed by a low chuckle. A long, slow simmer. Nothing to worry about. He'll be falling off the bone by morning. Bile rose in my throat, hot and acidic. The memory of the delicious, savory stew I had so gratefully devoured just hours before now felt like a violation, a poison working its way through my system. What, or who, had I eaten? Was that the fate of the smiling woman from the Oregon driver's license? The college kid with the cocky grin? My stomach heaved, but there was nothing in it to bring up. I couldn't just sit here and wait for them to come for me. The primal, desperate need to survive, an instinct I thought had been dulled by years of civilized living, roared back to life. I had to do something. I had to find a way out. Pushing myself off the wall, I began to explore my prison. I kept one hand on the earthen wall, shuffling my feet through the dirt, my arms outstretched into the suffocating blackness. My fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. Glass. I felt my way along a row of shelves, encountering dozens of mason jars, their contents a mystery in the dark. They were filled with what felt like preserved vegetables and fruits, the bounty of a homesteader's harvest. But among them, my fingers traced the outline of shapes that were disturbingly unfamiliar, things that felt too large and oddly curved to be pickles or peaches. I snatched my hand back, a fresh wave of horror washing over me. I didn't want to know what Martha preserved in her larder. I moved on, my hands sweeping through the darkness. I found a pile of rotting burlap sacks in one corner, a stack of old wooden crates in another. Nothing. No tools, no weapons, nothing but dirt and decay. Above me, the scraping stopped. A chair scraped against the floor. Footsteps approached the trapdoor. I froze, my heart seizing in my chest. Think he's ready yet? Caleb's voice was directly overhead. Give him a little longer, Jed replied. Let him think about it. The fear is the best spice. Their footsteps receded. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, my lungs burning. They were toying with me. This was a game to them. The realization sent a jolt of pure, white-hot rage through my terror. I was not an animal. I was not meat. My name was Tom Harding, and I was not going to die in this hole. Fueled by this new anger, I renewed my search with a desperate frenzy. I ran my hands along the foundation of the cabin, the rough, hewn logs that rested on a base of fieldstone. My fingers searched every crack, every seam, and then I found it. A section of the stone wall that felt different. One of the stones was loose, shifting slightly under the pressure of my fingers. I dug my nails into the dirt around it, pulling and scraping, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The stone was heavy, but it moved. I worked it, grunting with effort, my muscles screaming in protest. Finally, with a low grinding sound, it came free, tumbling onto the dirt floor with a heavy thud. Behind it was a hole, a rush of cold, clean air, smelling of rain and wet pine, washed over my face. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. The hole was small, barely wider than my shoulders, but it led outside. It was a way out. Hope, fierce and brilliant, exploded in my chest. I didn't waste a second. I shoved my head and shoulders into the opening, wriggling and pushing, the rough edges of the stones scraping my skin raw. It was a tight fit. For one heart-stopping moment, I thought I was stuck. But a final, desperate shove sent me tumbling out into the mud and wet leaves behind the cabin. I was free. But I wasn't safe. I was in the blackness of the forest, the rain still falling, lighter now but cold and persistent. The warm, yellow light of the cabin windows glowed just a few yards away. I could hear them inside, still talking. I had to run. I scrambled to my feet and plunged into the woods, away from the light, away from the sounds of that house of horrors. I ran blindly, recklessly, fueled by adrenaline and terror. Branches whipped my face, roots and rocks threatened to trip me with every step. But I didn't care. I just ran. I don't know how long I ran for. It could have been 10 minutes or an hour. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead. But the fear of what was behind me was a relentless whip, driving me onward. Eventually, I stumbled into a small clearing and collapsed at the base of a massive fir tree, gasping for air, my body screaming in protest. As I lay there, the sounds of the forest began to filter back in. The drip of water from the leaves, the sigh of the wind through the high branches, and something else, a new sound, a low, mournful howl that rose and fell in the distance. It wasn't a wolf. It was human, a signal. My blood turned to ice once more. From another direction, an answering howl echoed through the trees. They were hunting me. The quiet, watchful boys. They were in their element now. This was their forest, their hunting ground. I was just another animal, lost and running in the dark. I pushed myself to my feet. My brief moment of hope had been extinguished, replaced by the cold, hard certainty of my situation. I was barefoot, wearing only a t-shirt and jeans in the cold, wet night. I had no map, no compass, no light. And I was being hunted by people who knew this wilderness like the back of their hand. I started running again, but my flight was no longer mindless. It was the desperate, calculated flight of prey. I could hear them now, not just the howls, but the snap of a twig to my left, the rustle of leaves to my right. They were flanking me, hurting me. They weren't in a rush. They were enjoying this. I am still running. The first hints of a bleak, gray dawn are beginning to filter through the canopy, turning the world from black to shades of gray. It doesn't bring hope. It only means they can see me better now. I can hear them closer than ever before. They aren't laughing or talking anymore. There is only the sound of their steady, patient footsteps through the undergrowth, the sounds of the hunters closing in on their prize. They know I have nowhere to go. My name is Ryan Mitchell. That is a fact I have to cling to now, a smooth, worn stone in the churning river of my consciousness. Before the river, I was a senior project manager for a software development firm in the city. My life was a meticulously organized symphony of deadlines, conference calls, and color-coded spreadsheets. I managed a team of 20, and my primary function was to absorb pressure, to be the calm, unflappable center of a storm of competing interests and impossible timelines. I was good at it. But the cost of that calm was a slow, grinding erosion of my own peace. The pressure didn't vanish, I just buried it, packing it down day after day, until my foundations began to crack. My therapist, a kind woman with an arsenal of calming watercolor paintings in her office, suggested a complete disconnect. No phones, no laptops, no deadlines, Ryan, she'd said. Go somewhere where the only schedule is the sun, and the only notifications are the birds. That's how I found myself at Blackwood Creek. It wasn't just a random pin on a map. I'd researched it for weeks, seeking the perfect intersection of isolation and accessibility. It was remote enough to promise true solitude, but had a well-marked trail system that appealed to the project manager in me. I planned the trip with the same precision I applied to a product launch. I had the best gear: a lightweight, one-man tent that could withstand a gale, a sub-zero sleeping bag, a water filter, and enough dehydrated meals to last a month. Though I only planned for a week. I packed a satellite phone for true emergencies, but my real phone, an iPhone that felt like a phantom limb, was meant to be used only as a camera and an alarm clock. The drive out was a decompression. With every mile, the concrete towers of the city shrank in my rearview mirror, replaced by rolling hills and dense green forests. By the time I pulled into the gravel parking lot at the trailhead, the air itself felt different. It was clean, crisp, and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. I shouldered my pack, locked the car, and stepped onto the trail. The first footstep into the woods felt like a boundary being crossed, leaving one world for another. It was a Tuesday. I remember that with perfect, agonizing clarity. The sun was warm but not hot, filtering through the thick canopy of leaves in dappled, shifting patterns on the forest floor. The hike to my chosen campsite was 6 miles, a journey that took me deeper into the heart of the wilderness. The only sounds were the rhythmic crunch of on the trail, the chatter of a distant squirrel, and the whisper of the wind through the trees. I felt the tension in my shoulders, a knot I'd been carrying for years, begin to slowly unwind. My campsite was perfect. A small clearing nestled in a grove of hemlocks, just a stone's throw from the babbling waters of Blackwood Creek. I set up my tent with practiced efficiency, laid out my sleeping bag, and organized my small camp kitchen. The rest of the afternoon was spent in a state of blissful emptiness. I didn't do anything. I sat on a fallen log and watched the creek flow, its endless, gentle movement a balm to my overstimulated mind. As evening approached, I took my collapsible fishing rod and walked to the water's edge. The art of fly fishing is a form of meditation. The repetitive motion of the cast, the delicate dance of the fly on the water's surface, the intense focus required. It leaves no room for thoughts of work or worry. For an hour, my world was reduced to the line, the water, and the hunt. Then, a flash of silver, a tug on the line. I reeled in a beautiful rainbow trout, its sides shimmering with iridescent color in the fading light. It felt like a gift from the forest. I cooked it over a small, crackling fire, seasoned simply with salt and pepper I'd packed. It was, without exaggeration, the best meal I had ever eaten. As darkness fell, a profound and absolute silence descended, broken only by the pop and hiss of the fire. I leaned back against my log, my belly full, and watched the stars emerge. Free from the city's light pollution, the sky was a breathtaking spectacle. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a spill of diamond dust. I watched for hours, tracing constellations I hadn't seen since I was a boy, feeling a sense of connection to the vast, silent universe. At 10 p.m., feeling more peaceful and more myself than I had in a decade, I crawled into my tent and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The shrill, digital chirp of my phone's alarm dragged me from oblivion. I fumbled for it, silencing the noise. The screen glowed 7 a.m. Tuesday. I frowned, a flicker of confusion in my groggy mind. Tuesday. I must have set the alarm wrong, forgetting to switch it to Wednesday. A simple mistake. I unzipped the tent. The morning was identical to the one before, cool, misty, and filled with the scent of pine. I made coffee, the ritual grounding me. The day stretched before me, a clean slate. I decided to hike the same 6-mile loop again. It was so beautiful the first time, why not? The hike was just as pleasant. The light fell through the trees in the same patterns. The same squirrel chattered from the same branch as I passed. It felt familiar. Of course it did, I told myself. I was just here yesterday. But the familiarity was deeper, more specific. It was the feeling of reading a page in a book you just finished. In the afternoon, I went to the creek. I cast my line into the same pool, and within the hour, I had a fish. It was another rainbow trout, a bit bigger this time, but with the same shimmering colors. The sense of déjà vu washed over me, stronger now, a strange and unsettling current. I built my fire in the same stone ring. I cooked the fish. As night fell, I looked up. The stars were sliding into the same positions, the constellations appearing in the sky in the same order. It wasn't just similar, it was a carbon copy. The profound peace of the previous night was gone, replaced by a creeping unease. I went to sleep at 10 p.m., trying to shake off the feeling that I was living a memory. The alarm blared. 7 a.m. Tuesday. I sat bolt upright in my sleeping bag, my heart hammering against my ribs. My blood ran cold. It wasn't a feeling, it was a physical sensation, a slush of ice water pouring through my veins. I snatched the phone. The date was displayed clearly beneath the time. Tuesday. Again. This wasn't possible. It was a dream. A nightmare. I pinched the back of my hand hard. Pain, sharp and real, flared. I wasn't asleep. I scrambled out of the tent. The campsite was exactly as I had left it. The fire pit was cold, filled with the gray ash of last night's fire. The creek babbled. The sun was rising. Everything was normal, except for the one central, reality-shattering fact. Time had not moved forward. I was trapped in the same day. Panic is a poor project manager. It has no timeline, no deliverables, no logical sequence of operations. It is simply a consuming fire. For the first hour of that third Tuesday, I was useless. I paced the small clearing of my campsite like a caged animal, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My mind, the meticulously organized tool that had defined my entire adult life, was a frantic mess of broken thoughts and raw terror. A glitch. A prank. A dream. I cycled through a dozen impossible explanations, each one more flimsy than the last. Finally, the project manager in me clawed his way to the surface, gasping for air. A problem, however impossible, had to be analyzed. Variables had to be tested. The loop had a sequence: wake up, coffee, hike, fish, fire, sleep. These were the parameters. To break the loop, I had to change the parameters. It was a simple logical hypothesis. My first act of rebellion was to deny myself coffee. I kicked over my small camp stove, scattering the grounds on the pine needles. The defiance felt good, a small victory. Next, the hike. I would not hike. I sat down hard on the log by the cold fire pit, crossing my arms like a stubborn child. I would stay here all day. I would read my book. I would watch the creek. I would do anything but walk that 6-mile trail. The morning hours crawled by. The sun climbed higher, casting the same shadows through the hemlocks. The squirrel chattered. The wind whispered. It was agonizingly boring, but I held firm. I was in control. But as the sun reached its zenith, a strange restlessness began to stir in my limbs. My legs ached with the need to move. My mind, unbidden, pictured the trail, the gentle incline after the first mile, the fallen log that looked like a sleeping bear, the cluster of white birch trees near the halfway point. I tried to fight it. I dug my fingers into the rough bark of the log, focusing on the sensation. I recited the names of my team members from work, trying to anchor myself in a reality that felt a million miles away. But the urge was a physical thing, a rising tide. It felt as if my own muscles were betraying me. My legs straightened. I stood up, my movements feeling stiff and foreign. My hand reached for my day pack, my fingers closing around the worn straps. No, I screamed in my head. Stop. But my body walked. It was the most terrifying sensation I have ever experienced. A complete and total loss of agency. I was a passenger in my own skeleton, watching through my eyes as my feet carried me to the trailhead and began the 6-mile loop. The rest of the day unfolded in a haze of horrified dissociation. I watched myself hike. I watched myself walk to the creek, assemble my fishing rod, and cast a line. I watched myself reel in a trout. I watched myself build a fire, cook the fish, and eat it. I did it all on autopilot, my conscious mind a screaming prisoner in the back of my skull. When 10 p.m. came, my body crawled into the tent and my eyes closed. The alarm, 7 a.m., Tuesday. This time the panic was different. It was colder, sharper. The logical project manager was gone, replaced by a cornered animal. Escape. That was the only thought. I didn't bother with changing the parameters. I was going to get out of the system entirely. I burst from the tent and began stuffing my gear into my pack with frantic, clumsy hands. Sleeping bag, stove, tent. Everything was jammed inside in a chaotic mess. I shouldered the heavy, unbalanced pack and ran. I sprinted down the trail that led back to the parking lot, back to my car, back to the world. Adrenaline fueled me. I ignored the burning in my lungs and the stitch in my side. The forest flew by in a green and brown blur. I ran for what felt like hours, but a sickening realization began to dawn on me. I had passed that oddly shaped boulder before, and that fallen log, the one that looked like a sleeping bear. And there up ahead was the same cluster of white birch trees. The scenery was repeating. The trail was not a line, it was a circle. A tiny, maddening circle. I was running in place, the landscape scrolling past me like a cheap theatrical backdrop. The hope that had fueled my flight curdled into despair. I finally collapsed, my legs giving out from under me. I lay on the trail, sobbing, the heavy pack pinning me to the earth. When I finally found the strength to stand, I looked around. I was standing in my own campsite. The fire pit was a few feet away. My tent was gone because it was still crammed, impossibly, into the pack on my back. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire, a hollowed-out shell of a man, and let the loop play out. I fished. I ate. I watched the stars. But this time a new plan was forming, born not of logic or panic, but of pure, destructive rage. If I couldn't escape the loop, I would destroy it. The next 7 a.m. alarm was met with violence. I grabbed my phone and smashed it against a rock until the screen was a spiderweb of cracks and the case was splintered plastic. I took my knife and shredded my tent, slicing through the delicate fabric until it was nothing but a pile of green ribbons. I snapped my fishing rod over my knee and hurled the pieces into the creek. I threw my pack, with all my food and gear, into the deepest part of the water, watching it sink into the murky depths. I stood in the wrecked campsite, panting, a grim satisfaction warring with my terror. There, let's see you repeat the day now. I spent the day cold, hungry, and exposed, but I felt a sliver of hope. I had changed the board. The pieces were broken. I fell into an exhausted, shivering sleep on the bare ground around midnight. I woke up to the sound of my alarm. 7 a.m., Tuesday. I was in my tent. It was perfectly assembled. Not a tear in its fabric. My sleeping bag was zipped up to my chin. And next to me, on the nylon floor, was my phone, its screen pristine, buzzing with the incessant alarm. My pack was leaning against the tent wall, dry and fully packed. Everything was reset. Everything was new. The universe, or whatever malevolent force governed this patch of woods, didn't just reset time. It reset reality. It was on that day, the 5th or 6th Tuesday. I was already losing count, that I first heard the scream. It happened at exactly 3:15 p.m. I know the time because I was staring at my phone, watching the minutes tick by, a prisoner watching his clock. It was a woman's scream, high, pitched, filled with terror, and then cut off abruptly. It came from the woods to the north. Every instinct in my body screamed help her. For the first time in days, I had a purpose beyond myself. I charged into the woods, in the direction of the sound, shouting, "Hello. Is anyone there?" I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face. "I'm coming," I yelled. But the woods were a disorienting maze. There was no trail here. The trees were too thick, the ground too uneven. The scream had sounded so close, but after 20 minutes of frantic searching, I seemed no nearer to its source. The forest felt wrong. The space between trees seemed to shift and change. I would push past a thicket of ferns only to find myself in a part of the woods I had just left. After an hour, defeated and covered in scratches, I stumbled back into my own campsite. The scream became the newest, most terrible part of the schedule. Every day at 3:15 p.m., it would tear through the forest. For the first few loops, I tried to find her. Now, I don't. I know it's pointless. It's just another part of the day. Part of the loop. A ghost in the machine. I just cover my ears and wait for it to be over. My heart pounding in time with a horror I can do nothing about. How long has it been? The question is meaningless now. My phone, my perfect, malevolent jailer, always says it's Tuesday. But I know time is passing. I feel it in the wariness of my soul, a deep, grinding erosion that has worn me down to something primal. Weeks, months, it could be years. The seasons never change here. It is always this pleasant, mild, late, summer day. The leaves on the birch trees are always the same shade of green, never turning, never falling. The repetition had become a strange sort of comfort. The initial terror has long since faded, boiled away by the sheer, monotonous persistence of it all. Now, there is only a dull, hollow ache of despair, a permanent resident in the cavity of my chest. I know the script of the day by heart. I wake at 7 a.m. I make the coffee, not out of desire, but because my body will eventually make it for me if I resist. I hike the 6 miles, my feet knowing every root and rock. I catch the trout. I hear the scream at 3:15 p.m. I build the fire. I watch the stars. I sleep at 10 p.m. It is the liturgy of my damnation. My mind is fraying. The memories of the world before the loop, the world of spreadsheets and conference calls, are becoming thin and transparent, like old photographs left in the sun. I remember having a job, but I can no longer recall what it felt like to sit at a desk. I have a vague sense that I had a family, but their faces are smudges of watercolor in my memory. Their names whispers on the edge of hearing. Was I ever anyone other than the man who camps at Blackwood Creek? The question haunts me in the quiet moments. Sometimes, I look at my reflection in the still water of the creek, and I don't recognize the man staring back. His eyes are too old, his face too gaunt. One morning, something was different. Tucked into a side pocket of my miraculously reset backpack was a small leather bound journal and a pen. I have no memory of packing them. I've emptied this pack 100 times in rage and desperation. I know its contents better than I know my own fading past. It was not there on the previous Tuesdays. It was new. A spark of something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope, fierce and painful, ignited in my chest. This was a change, a new variable. If something could be added, then perhaps something could be taken away. Perhaps the loop could be broken. That evening, by the light of the fire, I opened it. The pages were crisp, blank, and smelled of paper and leather. My hand was shaking as I started to write. I wrote down everything. My name, my job, the reason I came here. I described the first perfect day and the horror of the first repetition. I wrote about my failed attempts to escape, the smashing of the phone, the destruction of the camp. I wrote about the scream. I filled page after page, my handwriting growing more frantic. I was writing a letter to myself, a message in a bottle thrown against the tide of the reset. I wrote until the fire burned down to embers. It was well past my 10 p.m. curfew, but I didn't care. I finally placed the journal on the ground next to my sleeping bag, my heart pounding with a desperate prayer. Please be there in the morning. Please be there. I woke up to the sound of my alarm, 7 a.m., Tuesday. I didn't dare to breathe. I slowly reached my hand out of my sleeping bag. My fingers brushed against the smooth leather cover. It was there. The journal was still there. For a moment, I felt a dizzying wave of triumph. I had done it. I had created something that survived the reset. I snatched it up and opened it. The pages were blank. Every single word I had written was gone. The ink had vanished. The pages as pristine and empty as they had been the night before. The hope that had soared so high crashed into a million pieces. It was a crueler trick than any that had come before. The loop hadn't just reset my camp, it had reset my words, my very thoughts, erasing my attempt at permanence. But I am a project manager, or I was, and if a process fails, you don't abandon it. You refine it. You try again. So now, I have a new ritual. Every evening, I write this same entry. I tell the story from the beginning. I write down my name, Ryan Mitchell, to remind myself. I describe the loop, the scream, the blank pages. It is an act of defiance, an act of faith. Maybe one day, the code of this place will glitch. Maybe one day, I'll wake up and the words will still be here. Maybe that will be the key. The one thing that changes, that proves I am real, and this is not just a dream. Or maybe not. I have started to wonder about the scream. For so long, it was just a sound, a piece of the daily schedule. But lately, I've been listening more closely. It's not just terror. There's a note of surprise in it. The sound of someone who has just realized the horror of their situation. A sound of sudden, shocking entrapment. It sounds familiar. It's getting dark now. The fire is lit, its flames dancing in the twilight. The trout is cooking, its skin crisping over the coals. The stars are beginning to appear in the darkening sky, the same constellations in the same eternal dance. It's almost 10 p.m. Time to go to sleep. Maybe tomorrow will be Wednesday, but it never is. My name is Amelia Grant. If you're reading this, it means I either made it out or my phone was found. A final digital testament to a night that logic refuses to accept. It's important you know that I am, by nature, a sensible person. I check my tire pressure, I pay my bills on time, and I don't believe in ghosts, monsters, or things that go bump in the night. My boyfriend, Ben, was the opposite. He didn't just believe in pushing the envelope, he wanted to tear it to shreds and scatter the pieces from a great height. Ben was an adrenaline junkie, a term that feels too casual for the way he courted death. He saw the world as a playground of vertical challenges and gravitational opportunities. Rock climbing, bass, jumping, wingsuit flying. If it involved a significant chance of not surviving, Ben was not only interested, he was obsessed. His latest fixation was cliff edge camping. He spoke of it with a poet's reverence, describing the profound feeling of sleeping suspended between the earth and the stars, 1,000 feet of empty air your mattress. To me, it sounded like a meticulously planned nightmare. But I loved him. I loved the wild, untamable light in his eyes when he talked about his passions, and that love was a current strong enough to pull me far from the safe shores of my own comfort zone. So I went along. Our destination was a remote gorge in the sprawling, ancient mountains of West Virginia. The drive itself felt like a descent into another world. Paved highways gave way to gravel roads, which in turn narrowed into dirt tracks that clung precariously to the mountain sides. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the canopy of trees overhead was so dense it blotted out the afternoon sun, plunging us into a premature twilight. Ben was electric, tapping a rhythm on the steering wheel, his face lit with anticipation. I, on the other hand, felt a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach with every mile that took us further from civilization. The final leg of the journey was a grueling 2-hour hike. We carried heavy packs filled with ropes, harnesses, and the specialized gear for our aerial campsite. The gorge, when we finally reached its edge, was breathtaking and terrifying in equal measure. It was a colossal wound in the earth, a sheer drop of stone and shadow that seemed to fall away forever. Far below, a river snaked through the valley floor like a silver thread. "Isn't she a beauty, Ames?" Ben breathed, dropping his pack and stretching his arms, wide as if to embrace the terrifying emptiness. I could only manage a weak nod, my throat too tight to speak. My gaze kept snagging on the opposite cliff face, a dark and brooding wall of rock that seemed to watch us with a silent, stony indifference. Setting up was a masterclass in Ben's unique brand of insanity. He expertly drilled anchors into the rock face, his movements fluid and confident as he dangled from his harness. I was his reluctant assistant, passing him gear, my own harness clipped to a separate anchor line that felt terrifyingly flimsy. Our home for the night was a portalage, a hanging tent system with a collapsible frame and a sturdy fabric base, anchored directly to the cliff. As Ben secured the final strap and the tent hung suspended over the abyss, he beamed with pride. "Home sweet home," he declared. I just tried not to look down. The view from inside the portalage was, I had to admit, incredible. The setting sun painted the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, and the vast expanse of the gorge was bathed in a soft, ethereal light. For a moment, watching the world from that impossible perch, I almost understood Ben's obsession. It was beautiful, a side of the world few people ever get to see. But the beauty was edged with a profound and persistent fear. Every gust of wind that rattled the tent fabric was a reminder of our precarity, of the 1,000-foot drop that lay just beyond the thin nylon floor. As true night fell, a strange quality settled over the gorge. The familiar, comforting sounds of the forest below. The chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth were conspicuously absent. The world was draped in an eerie, expectant silence. It wasn't peaceful, it was heavy, like the air before a storm. The silence felt unnatural, as if the entire valley was holding its breath. "It's too quiet," I whispered, my voice sounding loud in the stillness. Ben, who was already snuggling into his sleeping bag, mumbled, "It's called peace, Ames. Soak it in." But I couldn't. My senses were on high alert, straining to catch any sound that might break the oppressive silence. And then I heard it. It was faint at first, a high-pitched, chittering sound, like a bat's cry but lower, more guttural. It seemed to echo from the far side of the gorge, a brief, unsettling disturbance in the quiet. It was followed by what I could only describe as a flutter of movement in the darkness, a soft whoosh of displaced air that suggested something large was moving through the sky. "Did you hear that?" I whispered again, nudging him. "Hear what?" "I don't hear anything, baby." He was already half asleep, probably just an owl or a nighthawk. "The sound plays tricks out here." I tried to accept his explanation. He was the expert, after all. He knew this world of wind and rock. I was just a tourist in his kingdom of fear. I lay awake for what felt like hours, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, my fear a cold, solid knot in my chest. The silence returned deeper and more unnerving than before. Then the chittering sound came again. This time it was closer, much closer. It wasn't an echo from across the gorge. It was a distinct sound, seemingly coming from just a few hundred yards away, somewhere out in the black emptiness in front of our tent. My breath hitched in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself it was just the wind, just my overactive imagination. That's when I saw it. Through my closed eyelids, the faint light of the moon and stars suddenly vanished, as if eclipsed by a vast and sudden shadow. My eyes snapped open. For a fraction of a second, a massive, dark shape blotted out the cosmos as it soared past our ledge. It was impossibly fast and utterly silent. It wasn't a bird, and it wasn't a plane. The shape was vaguely man-like, but it possessed huge, tattered wings that stretched out into the night, like the wings of a colossal moth. And for one heart-stopping instant, as it passed, I saw 2 points of faint, glowing red light. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. I scrambled over to Ben, shaking him with a frantic energy I didn't know I possessed. "Ben!"
Wake up! There's something out there!
He woke with a groan, pushing my hands away. "Ames, what is it? It was a dream. Go back to sleep."
No, it wasn't a dream. I saw it.
I was babbling, the words tumbling out in a panicked rush. It was huge, it had wings and red eyes. Ben, it had glowing red eyes. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his face, his expression a mixture of grogginess and profound annoyance. "A giant moth with red eyes. Come on. You're letting this place get to you." To prove his point, to shatter my delusion with his unshakable logic, he shuffled towards the entrance of the portalage. "I'll show you. There is nothing out there." He unzipped the tent flap, the sound deafeningly loud in the silence, and stuck his head and shoulders out, shining his powerful headlamp into the infinite darkness. "See." His voice echoed slightly against the rock face. Nothing but a whole lot of empty sp. He never finished the sentence. His words were sliced off, replaced by a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. A choked, gurgling noise, like a man trying to scream through a throat full of water. It was a wet, final sound. Then silence. Not the heavy, expectant silence from before, but a dead, absolute void. The beam from his headlamp, which had been cutting a steady swath through the darkness, jerked violently upwards and then vanished, plunging the world outside back into impenetrable black. "Ben," I whispered, my voice a thin, reedy thint. "Ben, what is it? What did you see?" There was no answer. Only the gentle creak of the portalage straps and the sound of my own blood roaring in my ears. A cold dread, far colder and sharper than the simple fear I'd felt before, began to snake its way up my spine. I crawled forward on trembling hands and knees, the nylon floor of the tent crinkling beneath me. "Ben, this isn't funny," I said, my voice cracking. "Answer me." I reached the zippered opening. He was still there, a dead weight hanging halfway out of the tent. I grabbed his leg. It was rigid with tension. "Ben," I screamed, my voice swallowed by the vastness of the gorge. With a surge of adrenaline, fueled desperation, I scrambled to the opening and pushed my head out into the cold night air. The first thing I saw was Ben. He was hanging limply from the waist, his head and torso outside the tent, his arms dangling uselessly into the void. His eyes were wide open, locked in a rictus of pure, undiluted terror, staring not out into the gorge, but straight up. I followed his lifeless gaze, and then my world ended. Perched on the cliff face, no more than 15 feet above us, was the creature from my fleeting glimpse. But seeing it fully was 1,000 times worse than my imagination could have conjured. It was huge, easily 7 feet tall, clinging to the sheer rock with long, spindly limbs that ended in wicked looking black talons. Its body was covered in a matted, dark gray fur that looked filthy and ancient. Great, tattered wings, like those of a moth but leathery and veined, were folded against its back. Its head was a nightmarish fusion of insect and human, with a flattened, vaguely humanoid face, but no discernible nose or mouth. Just a dark, twitching patch of sensory organs. But the eyes were the epicenter of the horror. They were two enormous, glowing red orbs that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light, like the dying embers of a malevolent star. They weren't just animal eyes. They radiated a terrifying, cold intelligence. They were looking down at us, and in their crimson depths, I saw a bottomless well of ancient hunger and utter contempt. It was the Mothman, the creature from local legend, the Dark Omen, the harbinger of disaster. And it was real. A low, chittering sound vibrated from its chest, and it shifted its weight on the cliff face, dislodging a small shower of pebbles that skittered past me into the darkness. I was frozen, paralyzed by a fear so absolute it felt like my very cells were screaming. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't tear my eyes away from those hypnotic, glowing horrors. The creature let out another high, pitched shriek, a sound that drilled into my skull, and before I could process what was happening, it dropped. It didn't fly, it simply let go of the cliff face, a 7-foot nightmare falling the short distance towards our fragile tent. Its moth-like wings unfurled with a sound like tearing canvas, catching the air just enough to guide its descent. Its taloned feet extended. It grabbed Ben by the shoulders. The sound of the impact was sickening, a dull thud of unnatural weight hitting my boyfriend's body. The talons, long and sharp as knives, sank into his flesh with a wet, tearing sound. Ben's body convulsed. He was ripped from the tent with a force that nearly tore the entire portalage from its anchors. For one eternal second, He hung in the creature's grasp, a broken puppet in the claws of a god of nightmares. His scream, when it finally came, was not long. It was a single, piercing shriek of agony and terror that was abruptly cut off as the creature's wings beat once, twice, with powerful, silent strokes. They plunged together into the darkness of the gorge below. I watched them fall, a man and a monster, until they were swallowed by the abyss. Then there was nothing. The silence that followed was worse than the scream. I was alone, dangling 1,000 feet in the air, suspended over an endless black void, with the knowledge that I was sharing the sky with a monster. I scrambled back into the tent, zipping the flap shut with fumbling. Useless fingers, as if that thin layer of nylon could protect me. I spent the rest of the night in a state of catatonic terror. I curled into the tightest ball I could manage in the back corner of the tent, sobbing and shaking uncontrollably. Every gust of wind was the beat of its wings. Every creak of the straps was the sound of its talons on the rock above. I was convinced it would come back for me, that at any moment a claw would tear through the fabric of the tent and drag me out into the empty air. The hours crawled by with an agonizing slowness. The darkness outside the tent felt like a living entity, a conscious predator waiting for me to emerge. My mind replayed the image of its glowing red eyes over and over, a repeating loop of pure horror. I thought about the local legends Ben had laughed off, stories of a winged creature seen before bridges collapsed and mines caved in, the harbinger of disaster. It had brought disaster directly to us, when the first, faint hint of dawn finally began to bleed over the distant horizon. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The gray light crept into the gorge, slowly revealing the texture of the rock, the tops of the trees far below, the river a murky brown ribbon. The light was safety. The light was reason. Monsters, my logical mind tried to tell me, did not exist in the daylight. But the terror of the night was not so easily banished. I was still trapped. My phone had no signal. No one knew our exact location. I could scream until my lungs gave out, and the only thing that would hear me was the wind and the rock. My only way out was up. The thought of climbing, of leaving the relative us, and entirely illusory safety of the tent, and exposing myself on that open rock face, was almost as terrifying as the creature itself. That the thought of staying, of waiting for thirst and starvation to take me, or for the night to fall again, and for those eyes to reappear in the darkness, was infinitely worse. With movements that felt sluggish and dreamlike, I forced myself to prepare. My hands shook so badly, I could barely operate the clasps on my climbing harness. I packed a small bag with what was left of our water, a few energy bars, and my phone. I left everything else. I left Ben's sleeping bag, his gear, the ghost of his laughter. Steeling myself, I unzipped the tent flap and clipped my harness to the main climbing rope that led upwards. The morning air was cold and crisp. The world was achingly beautiful and utterly indifferent. I pulled myself out of the portalage, my feet finding purchase on the cold, hard reality of the cliff face. I didn't look down. I couldn't. I just looked up. The top of the gorge seemed an impossible distance away. I'm writing this on my phone now, resting on a small, precarious handhold about 200 feet from the top. My arms are burning. My hands are raw and bleeding. Every shadow cast by a passing cloud, every gust of wind that whistles past my ears, sends a fresh wave of ice, cold terror through me. I don't know if I'm going to make it. My body is screaming in protest, and my mind is a fractured mess of grief and fear. But I have to, because I can see something now. There's a bridge at the top of this gorge, an old steel truss bridge that spreads the chasm, and I can see a figure standing on it. It's too far to make out details, but it's tall and dark, with what looks like folded wings. It's just standing there, watching me, waiting. The sight of that figure on the bridge broke something inside me. The adrenaline that had fueled my climb curdled into pure, icy despair. It was waiting. It had killed Ben, and now it was waiting for me. There was no malice in its posture, no overt threat. Just a silent, patient vigil. That was the most terrifying part. It wasn't hunting me, it was simply anticipating my arrival. The certainty of my death was so absolute to it that it felt no need to hurry. My muscles screamed. My hands, slick with a mixture of sweat and blood, slipped on the rock. I cried out, my body swinging sickeningly out over the 1,000-foot drop. For a moment, I dangled by the strength of my remaining hand, the rope my only connection to the world. The gorge seemed to call to me, a whisper of wind promising an end to the pain and the fear. I could just let go. I could join Ben in the abyss. But then I looked up again. The figure hadn't moved. Its stillness was an insult. Its patient waiting was a challenge. A new fire, born not of hope but of pure, spiteful rage, ignited in my chest. I would not die dangling on this rope. I would not give it the satisfaction. If it was going to kill me, it would have to do it on solid ground. With a guttural roar, I found a strength I didn't know I possessed. I swung my body back towards the cliff, my boots scraping against the rock until they found a hold. Hand over hand, I pulled myself up, ignoring the searing pain. The last 200 feet were a blur of agony and fury. I didn't look down again. I didn't look anywhere but at the top edge of the cliff. My world narrowed to the next. Handled the next foothold, the rhythmic burn of my muscles, and the silent silhouette waiting for me at the end. I threw my arm over the precipice, my fingers clawing at the dirt and grass. I kicked and scrabbled, dragging my broken body onto level ground. For a full minute, I lay there face down, kissing the solid, unmoving earth. I was sobbing, gasping for air, my body a symphony of pain. But I was alive. I had made it. Slowly, shakily, I pushed myself to my knees and then to my feet. The world swayed, my vision tunneling. I was standing at the edge of the gorge, the road just 100 yards away. Between me and the road was the bridge. And on the bridge, the creature stood. Now that I was closer, I could see it more clearly. It was exactly as I remembered from the night before: the matted gray fur, the impossibly tall frame, the huge, leathery wings folded behind it like a tattered cloak. It stood in the middle of the bridge, perfectly still, its glowing red eyes fixed on me. They didn't seem to blink. They just watched, two crimson portals in the morning light. My rage had evaporated, replaced by the familiar cold tendrils of fear. But beneath the fear was a profound and unsettling question. Why hadn't it come for me during the climb? I was exposed, helpless, a perfect target. Why had it simply watched? Why was it still just watching now? The old stories Ben had told me, the ones he'd laughed at, echoed in my mind. The Mothman only appears before a disaster. It was a harbinger, an omen. It wasn't the cause of the tragedy, it was a witness to it. But that didn't make sense. It had caused the tragedy last night. It had murdered Ben. It had ripped him from our tent and thrown him into the gorge. That wasn't the behavior of a passive observer. My phone felt heavy in my pocket. I had been writing my story, a final message to a world I didn't think I'd see again. Now, standing here, I realized the story wasn't over. The climax hadn't happened yet. There was no other way. The road, my car, and any hope of survival were on the other side of that bridge. Taking a deep breath, I put one foot in front of the other, my legs unsteady, and began to walk towards it. Towards him. The bridge was old, its steel frame rusted and peeling. A sign at its entrance read, WIGHT LAMIT 3TOS, the letters faded and barely legible. With each step I took onto the wooden planks of the bridge deck, a low groan echoed through the structure. My eyes never left the creature. It remained motionless as I approached, a silent statue of impending doom. I was 20 feet away, then 10. I could see the twitching sensory organs on its face. I could feel a strange, low hum vibrating in the air around it. It wasn't threatening me. It was just there. And in its glowing red eyes, I didn't see hunger or malice anymore. I saw something else. Something ancient and sorrowful. It was pity. And then I understood. The legends were true. It was a harbinger. It had come to warn of a disaster. But I had misunderstood the timeline. Ben's death wasn't the disaster it had foretold. That was something else entirely. Ben, with his arrogance and his death, wish had gotten too close. He had shone a light in the face of a cosmic observer and had paid the price for his insolence. He wasn't the disaster, he was an interruption. The real disaster was the bridge. The thought hit me with the force of a physical blow. The groaning of the steel, the rusted supports, the years of neglect. This bridge was dying, and the creature had been standing here, watching it, waiting for the inevitable. It wasn't waiting for me. It had been watching me, yes, but only because my desperate climb had led me directly into the heart of the catastrophe it was here to witness. The old stories say the Mothman only appears before a disaster. I think the disaster is now. As if on cue, a sound like a gunshot rang out from beneath me. It wasn't a rock, it wasn't the creature. It was the sound of tortured metal finally giving up. A main support cable, thick as my arm, snapped from its mooring, the severed end whipping through the air with a terrifying hiss. The bridge lurched violently to one side. The wooden planks beneath my feet splintered and buckled. I was thrown against the railing, my fingers gripping the rusted metal as the entire structure began to sag towards the gorge. I looked up at the creature. For the first time, it moved. It slowly unfolded its massive wings, not to attack, but as if it were shrugging in resignation. Its purpose was fulfilled. The warning had been delivered, even if there was no one left to heed it. Another deafening crack, louder this time. The section of the bridge I was on tore away from the cliffside. The world tilted, and I was no longer standing but falling. My grip on the railing was ripped away, and for the second time in less than 12 hours, I was plunging into the empty air of the gorge. The fall was strangely peaceful. The terror was gone, replaced by a cold, clear certainty. The wind rushed past me, a final, deafening scream. I saw the river below, a silver ribbon rushing up to meet me. And the last thing I saw, as the world dissolved into a blur of rock and sky, was a tall, dark figure taking flight from the collapsing bridge, its tattered wings carrying it silently into the morning sun, leaving the disaster behind. My name is Heather Wallace. I know the rules because I've made it a point to study them. It started as a morbid fascination, a love for the controlled fear of watching horror movies from the safety of my couch. I've seen them all, from the grainy, low-budget classics to the glossy, modern remakes. I've dissected the tropes, debated the killer's motives in online forums, and mentally cataloged every mistake a character could possibly make. Don't have sex. Don't do drugs or drink to excess. Never, ever, under any circumstances, say, "I'll be right back." It's a checklist for survival, a Bible for the hunted. In every story, there's one who makes it to the end credits. The smart, resourceful virgin. The final girl. And as I sit here, staring into the flickering flames of our illegal campfire, I know he's coming for me. I just don't think he knows who I am yet. There were 8 of us when we first pulled up to the splintered, moss-eaten sign that read, "Welcome to Camp Crystal Hollow." The name itself was a cliché, so on the nose it was almost laughable. But no one was laughing. The 2-hour drive out from the city had slowly stripped away our bravado. The fading cell signal bars on our phones a countdown to complete isolation. The paved road had given way to gravel, and the gravel to a dirt path so overgrown it scraped menacingly against the sides of Tiffany's father's SUV. We were in the middle of nowhere, a perfect stage for a tragedy. The group was a textbook assembly of archetypes, as if cast by a lazy director. Leading the charge, of course, was Chad. He was the jock, a mountain of muscle and unearned confidence, with a quarterback's smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He'd been the one to find this place online, promising a weekend of epic, off-the-grid adventure. For Chad, off the grid meant a place where he could be loud, drink beer, and prove his masculinity by chopping firewood with more force than necessary. Clinging to his arm, as always, was Tiffany, the cheerleader. She was beautiful in that effortless, sun-kissed way that made other girls feel invisible. She had organized the trip with meticulous precision, packing everything from artisanal marshmallows to a solar-powered phone charger she didn't realize would be useless under the dense canopy of pine. She projected an air of sweet, natured perfection, but I'd seen the sharp, calculating glances she gave anyone who commanded Chad's attention for too long. She was the queen of her high school hive, and she was not prepared for a world where her popularity was irrelevant. Sprawled in the back, humming off key to a band no one else had heard of, was Kyle, the stoner. His contribution to the trip was a large duffel bag that smelled faintly of patchouli and weed, and a perpetually glazed over expression of serene detachment. Kyle wasn't dumb, he was just buffered. He used his laid-back persona as a shield, a way to float through life without friction. He saw the world through a soft, hazy filter, and I worried how he would cope when that filter was ripped away and he was forced to see reality in all its sharp, brutal detail. Next to him, trying to ignore the smell, was David, the nerd. He had a laminated map of the area, a military-grade first aid kit, and had already informed us 3 times about the native species of poisonous mushrooms. David operated on a plane of logic and facts. He believed every problem had a rational solution, every mystery an explanation. He was here, I think, to prove that he could handle the logical chaos of nature. He saw the woods as a system to be understood, not a presence to be feared. His faith in reason was absolute, and I suspected it would be the first thing to break. Sitting alone, sketching in a leather-bound notebook, was Raven, the goth girl. She dressed in a uniform of black lace and silver jewelry. Her dark makeup a stark contrast to the vibrant greens and browns of the forest. The others treated her with a mixture of suspicion and morbid curiosity. They whispered that she was creepy, but they didn't understand her. She wasn't trying to be intimidating. She was just comfortable with the darkness. They all tried so hard to keep at bay. She saw the beauty in decay, the poetry in silence. She and I were both observers, but while I watched the people, she watched the shadows that gathered around them. Trying to bridge the gap between all these disparate personalities was Leo, the funny guy. His humor was a constant. Rapid-fire barrage of movie quotes, bad puns, and self-deprecating jokes. He was a social chameleon, desperate to be liked by everyone. He used laughter as a currency, hoping to buy his way into every circle. But beneath the relentless stream of comedy was a deep-seated insecurity. He was terrified of silence, of being alone with his own thoughts. His greatest fear was not being the center of attention. And finally, there was the nice couple, Jen and Mike. They were the group's stable core, while Chad and Tiffany's relationship was a performance. Jen and Mike's was a quiet, comfortable reality. Mike was a steady, gentle presence. The kind of guy who'd offer you his jacket before you even realized you were cold. Jen had a warm, infectious laugh and a way of making everyone feel heard. They were genuinely good people, their affection for each other a small, warm light in our dysfunctional group. In the calculus of horror, that kind of pure, uncomplicated goodness makes you a prime target. They were the sacrificial lambs, destined to be the first to go to prove that the threat was real. And then there was me, the quiet one, the observer. The one who packed a knife not for protection, but because I knew every final girl eventually needs one. As night fell, the reality of our isolation began to sink in. The cheerful birdsong of the afternoon was replaced by the unsettling chirps of insects and the distant, mournful call of a loon across the dark water. Leo's jokes started to fall flat, and even Chad's bravado seemed to shrink in the encroaching darkness. We huddled around the fire, the flames pushing back the shadows, but also making them dance in grotesque, menacing ways at the edge of our camp. That's when Jen and Mike made their fatal error. "We're going to go for a little walk," Mike announced, taking Jen's hand. "Down by the lake. It's so beautiful with the stars out." A chorus of teasing followed. Chad gave Mike a knowing, obnoxious wink. Tiffany giggled. Kyle mumbled something about cosmic vibes. It was the oldest mistake in the book. The couple, driven by romance or lust, separating themselves from the relative safety of the group. I wanted to scream at them, to quote the rule book, to tell them that the path to the lake was a one-way street. But I said nothing. I just watched them go, their silhouettes merging with the oppressive darkness. I watched as the small beam from their flashlight grew fainter and fainter, until it was swallowed whole by the night. The rest of the group fell into an uneasy silence, the crackle of the fire the only sound. They didn't feel it yet, but I did. A shift in the atmosphere, the feeling of being watched. The story had begun, and the first victims had just walked off the page. He pushed through the doors. We heard a clatter, a surprised, "Hey," and then a wet, sickening thud. It was a sound of finality, a sound of heavy impact and yielding flesh. Chad shoved the doors open, and we all saw it. Leo was slumped against a large stainless steel prep table. A heavy, bladed meat cleaver, the kind used for butchering, was buried deep in his chest. His eyes were wide open, his face a mask of shocked betrayal. His joke had been answered. The killer, it seemed, didn't appreciate his humor. That was it. The breaking point. Chad let out a roar of pure, undiluted fury. He dropped the skillet and looked around wildly, his eyes landing on the emergency fire, axe mounted in a glass case on the wall. He shattered the glass with his elbow, not even flinching at the pain, and pulled the heavy axe free. "I'll take this psycho down," he yelled, his face contorted in a mask of grief and rage. "Chad, no!" Tiffany screamed, but he was already gone, a man possessed. He stormed out the front door of the mess hall and into the darkness, screaming a primal battle cry into the silent woods. We stood frozen, listening. We heard him crashing through the underbrush, his voice a beacon of doomed machismo. And then we heard his scream get cut short, choked off into a wet, gurgling sound that was swallowed by the night. The axe is a classic slasher weapon, but it works both ways. That left 5 of us. Logic, humor, and heroism were all dead. Only fear remained. We ran blindly for the main cabin, the one with the sturdy door and a fireplace. We slammed the heavy oak door shut and jammed a heavy wooden chest against it. We were trapped. The 5 of us. Me, Tiffany, David, Raven, and Kyle. Huddled together in the center of the room, listening. Kyle was the first to completely break. His stoner calm had evaporated, leaving behind a raw, twitching paranoia.
This is bad, man. This is really bad.
He hyperventilated, his eyes darting around the room.
We're boxed in.
He's gonna get us. I gotta get out of here.
Before any of us could stop him, he scrambled toward a small window at the back of the cabin, fumbling with the latch. "Kyle, don't," I yelled, but it was too late. He slid the window open and started to hoist himself through. For a moment, he was silhouetted against the pale moonlight. Then, a shape emerged from the darkness outside. A hand, large, powerful, and covered in a dirty, worn leather glove, shot out, grabbing Kyle by the front of his shirt. He was yanked from the window with impossible speed and force. There was no struggle. We didn't even hear him scream. He was just gone. The group dynamic, already fractured, shattered completely. We turned on each other. "This is your fault," Tiffany shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at Raven. "You and your creepy, morbid crap. You probably summoned him." "Don't be an idiot, Tiffany." Raven shot back, her voice laced with contempt. "This isn't a spell. This is a psychopath. There has to be a pattern," David insisted, pacing frantically. "He's picking us off one by one. Jock couple funny guy. Stoner?
It's the tropes. He's following the tropes.
If we can figure out the pattern, we can predict his next move." They were so consumed by their fear, their blame, their desperate search for a logic that didn't exist, that they didn't hear what I heard. A faint, rhythmic scraping sound from directly beneath our feet. The killer used their distraction. With a deafening crack, the floorboards in the center of the room exploded upward. A hulking figure rose from the crawl space below, a cloud of dust and dirt billowing around him. He was huge, far bigger than Chad, and his face was hidden behind a crude, terrifyingly blank white mask. He got Tiffany first, a single, brutal swing of a hooked hay scythe silencing her accusations forever. David, in a last futile act of reason, tried to fight back with a fireplace poker. The killer simply swatted it away and grabbed him. Amid the chaos, Raven managed to get the front door on, barricaded and bolted out into the night. I saw her through the open doorway. She was running, a frantic, desperate to sprint for the trees. And then I saw her foot catch on an exposed root. A rookie mistake. You never, ever run in the woods at night. She went down hard. I didn't see him get her, but I knew he would. So now it's just me. The cabin is a slaughterhouse. Silence save for the sound of my own ragged breathing. The script has played out exactly as I knew it would. All the other players have left the stage. It's time for the final act. Just me, the final girl. The silence in the cabin was a physical weight. It was thick with the coppery smell of blood, and the final, shocked exhalations of my friends. I stood in the wreckage, my heart hammering against my ribs, not with fear, but with a cold, surging adrenaline. This was it. The moment every horror movie builds towards. The final girl alone against the monster. The script says I should be crying. It says I should be huddled in a corner, clutching a flimsy weapon, waiting for the final jump scare. But the script is wrong. I'm not hiding. I'm waiting. I stepped carefully over what was left of David, my eyes scanning the room, cataloging the scene. This wasn't just a slaughter, it was a performance. Each kill was designed to dismantle our group, to break us down psychologically before breaking us physically. He'd fed on our panic, our predictable reactions, the jock's rage, the nerd's logic, the stoner's paranoia. He'd used it all against them. He thinks he knows me, too. He thinks I'm the quiet one, the scared rabbit who will bolt and lead him on a thrilling chase through the woods. He's about to find out how wrong he is. I didn't run out the front door. I slipped out the same back window that Kyle had tried to escape through. But unlike him, I didn't try to flee into the open. I melted into the deep shadows hugging the cabin wall, my dark clothes making me just another patch of night. I moved with a practiced silence, my feet finding purchase on soft pine needles instead of brittle twigs. All those nights spent watching, studying, and taking notes weren't just for fun. They were for this. I knew the killer's patterns better than he did. He would expect me to run for the road, for the illusion of safety. He wouldn't expect me to run toward his heart, and I knew where his heart was. Earlier in the day, while the others were setting up tents and starting the fire, I had done my own reconnaissance. I'd walked the perimeter of the camp, mapping it out in my head, looking for the places a predator would hide. And I'd found it an old, dilapidated groundskeeper's shed, tucked away behind the overgrown archery range, almost completely consumed by the forest. It was isolated, forgotten. The perfect place for a workshop. My journey through the woods was a calculated dance with the darkness. I kept to the thickest parts of the forest, using the massive trunks of ancient oaks as cover. The moon was a sliver of bone overhead, providing just enough light to see the path, but not enough to expose me. I could feel him out there, somewhere in the trees. I could feel his presence, a cold spot in the mild night air. He was hunting, sweeping the woods for his final prize. Let him hunt. I knew where I was going. The shed was even more menacing up close. The wood was rotten and gray, and a single, grimy window stared out like a cataract-filmed eye. The door hung crookedly on a single rusty hinge. I didn't touch it. I went around the back, where the foundation had crumbled, leaving a gap just large enough for me to squeeze through. The air inside was thick with the smell of rust, oil, and something else. Something metallic and sour that I knew was old blood. My eyes adjusted to the gloom, and I saw that I was right. This was his sanctuary, his stage. Tools of his trade hung from the walls in a grotesque, orderly display. Machetes of varying lengths, wicked-looking hooks, a pair of rusted hedge clippers, and in the corner, a gleaming, well-oiled chainsaw. And then there were the masks, dozens of them mounted on crude wooden pegs. hockey masks, scarecrow masks with stitched smiles, blank white masks like the one he'd worn in the cabin, and even a few twisted, monstrous latex creations. He wasn't one killer, he was an aficionado, a collector of horror personas. He chose a new identity for each hunt. I knew how this was supposed to end. The final confrontation. There would be a chase through this very shed. I'd stumble, but I wouldn't fall. I'd find a weapon, something unexpected like the chainsaw. I'd fight back. It would look like I'd won. I'd stand over his motionless body, catching my breath, thinking it was all over. But then his eyes would open, or his hand would twitch, for one last scare before the credits rolled. I've seen it 100 times. But here's the thing he doesn't understand. This isn't a movie. I'm not just a character following a script. I am real, and I am so tired of playing by the rules. I went to work. From my backpack, the one David had mocked for being too heavy, I pulled my supplies. Not a knife for defense, but tools for an ambush. I found several full cans of gasoline and kerosene in the corner, likely for a generator. I began to pour them liberally over the wooden floor, the workbench, the collection of masks. The fumes were dizzying, but my focus was absolute. I took the spools of high, tensile tripwire I'd packed and began stringing them across the entrance and between the legs of the workbench, creating an invisible web of traps. The door of the shed creaked open. He was here. He moved with a slow, deliberate confidence, his massive frame filling the doorway. He was wearing a different mask now, a crude burlap sack with jagged holes cut for eyes. A classic choice. In his hand, he held a long, curved, rust-pocked sickle. He saw me standing in the center of the room, and I could feel his satisfaction, the thrill of the cornered prey. He's expecting me to run. He's expecting me to scream. He's expecting me to be the victim who barely survives. He took a step inside, and I saw his boots snag on the first tripwire. He stumbled, surprised by the resistance. It was the first unexpected thing that had happened to him all night. He looked down, confused. And that's when I raised my own weapon. He doesn't know that I've rigged his entire sanctuary to be a funeral pyre. He doesn't know that I'm not holding a knife or an axe. He doesn't know that I'm holding a flare gun, its bright red cartridge already loaded. The rules are for the movies. I said, my voice clear and steady in the suffocating silence. His head snapped up, the dark holes of his mask fixing on me. For the first time, I felt a flicker of uncertainty from him. It was all I needed. I pulled the trigger. The flare shot out with a deafening whoosh, a comet of brilliant magnesium fire that struck a gasoline-soaked pile of rags on his workbench. The world erupted in flame. The fumes ignited with a concussive fabulum that threw me back against the far wall. The fire didn't just burn, it devoured. It roared up the walls, consuming the masks, turning his collection of identities into melting, screaming faces of plastic and latex. He bellowed, a sound of pure animal rage and pain as the flakes licked at his clothes. He thrashed wildly, trying to escape, but he was caught in my web of tripwires. He crashed to the floor, his massive body tangled and helpless as the fire rolled over him. I didn't stay to watch him burn. I scrambled out through the gap in the foundation as the roof of the shed began to groan and sag. I didn't look back. I walked away from the inferno, the heat a scorching wave against my back, the roaring of the flames a triumphant symphony in my ears. The light from the fire painted the trees in dancing shades of orange and red. chasing away the shadows for the first time. All night. I reached the edge of the woods as the first hint of dawn began to bruise the eastern sky. The long, dark night of Camp Crystal Hollow was over. I had survived. But I was not the same girl who had arrived here. The script had called for a victim, a survivor who would be forever haunted. But I had refused the part. I had taken the story and ripped out the final pages. I am Heather Wallace. I know the rules. And I am the one who rewrites the ending. My name is Daniel Kim. This is not a confession, nor is it a plea for understanding. It is simply a record of events. I believe in logic, in systems, in the elegant certainty of a well-written line of code. My world is one of climate control, ergonomic chairs, and the soft, steady glow of dual monitors that filter out the harsh, unpredictable light of the sun. I am a programmer. I build self-contained universes governed by rules I create, where every problem has a solution, and every outcome can be predicted, traced, and debugged. The natural world, in my opinion, is the universe's prime example of buggy code. It's a chaotic, inefficient, and frankly, dangerous system with no discernible logic. It is, in short, everything I am not. My girlfriend, Sarah, is the antithesis of this. Where I see chaos, she sees beauty. Where I feel the oppressive, humid breath of the wild, she feels a sense of freedom. She speaks of the forest as if it were a cathedral, of the stars as a language she understands. Her love for the outdoors is a fundamental part of her, a vibrant, passionate force that I have always admired from a safe, comfortable distance. Our apartment is a testament to our differences. My sleek, minimalist tech setup on one side of the living room, her collection of pressed flowers, smooth river stones, and sprawling potted plants on the other. We are a walking, talking Venn diagram with the barest sliver of overlap, and for the most part it works. Our love is the bridge between two very different worlds. For our 3rd anniversary, however, she wanted to drag me across that bridge. Just one night, Dan, she'd said, her eyes wide and hopeful, her hands clasped around her favorite earthenware mug. That's all I'm asking. A real camping trip. Under the stars. It'll be romantic. I shuddered internally. My idea of a romantic night involved a 7-course tasting menu. Not 7 billion insects trying to taste me. Sarah, you know how I feel about nature. The lack of Wi-Fi. The dirt. The things with teeth. It's a state park, not the Amazon rainforest. She countered, her smile unwavering. There are rangers, and trails, and other people. It's perfectly safe. I'll handle everything. The tent, the food, the fire. You just have to show up and let me share something I love with you. For one night. The plea was expertly crafted. It was for our anniversary. It was something she loved. It was just one night. To refuse would have been an act of profound selfishness. My logical mind processed the variables. Her happiness was the primary objective. The cost was 24 hours of profound discomfort. The outcome was a stronger relationship. The math, however unpleasant, was sound. Okay, I sighed, the word feeling like a betrayal of my core principles. One night. Her answering smile was radiant, and for a moment it was almost worth it. Almost. The hike-in was, as predicted, miserable. Sarah had assured me it was a moderate trail, a term I now believe is a euphemism for relentless, vertical torment designed by sadists. The backpack, which Sarah had packed with what felt like a collection of small anvils, dug into the soft, uncalloused flesh of my shoulders. I'd worn my best running shoes, engineered for pristine pavement and climate-controlled gyms, which proved laughably inadequate against the gnarled roots and sharp, edged rocks that littered the path. Within the first hour, a fine layer of grit had worked its way inside, abrading my skin with every agonizing step. Sweat plastered my shirt to my back, and a cloud of gnats, seemingly drawn to my specific brand of misery, formed a halo around my head. Sarah, of course, moved with the easy grace of a woodland creature. She pointed out different types of ferns, identified bird calls, and spoke of the beautiful silence of the woods. I heard no silence. I heard the buzzing of insects, the frantic thumping of my own heart, and the internal monologue screaming about the superiority of central air conditioning. When we finally reached the designated campsite, a small, dusty clearing that offered little respite from the oppressive canopy of trees, I dropped my pack with a groan and collapsed onto a log. Setting up the tent was the next trial. It was a chaotic mess of nylon fabric, tangled guy lines, and poles that seemed designed to resist any form of logical assembly. My attempts to help resulted in me getting tangled in the rainfly and nearly impaling myself on a pole. Sarah, with the patience of a saint dealing with a particularly dim-witted child, gently extricated me and had the structure up in 10 minutes. The fire was my final humiliation. I, a man who could debug 1,000 lines of Python before his first cup of coffee, could not coax a flame from a pile of wood. I tried arranging the kindling in a log cabin formation, then a teepee, then a complex lattice structure that I was sure was architecturally sound. The result was a pathetic plume of acrid smoke that stung my eyes and achieved nothing. Sarah, after watching my efforts with a sympathetic smile, took the flint and steel and, with a few deft strikes, conjured a cheerful, crackling fire. I sat defeated, my ego as bruised as my feet, and watched the flames dance. By the time we finally settled into our sleeping bags, the sun had long since vanished, and the forest had transformed. The darkness was absolute, a thick, inky blackness that our small fire seemed to push back only a few feet. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, was amplified in the profound quiet. I was acutely aware of just how thin the walls of our nylon shelter were. I lay there, rigid with a low-grade, simmering anxiety, counting the minutes until the sun would rise, and we could begin the long retreat back to civilization. Exhaustion eventually won the war against my anxiety, and I fell into a tense, dreamless sleep. But I was woken sometime later by a sound. It was a quiet sound, so subtle that at first I thought it was part of a dream. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was coming from outside the tent. The sound so close it seemed to be originating right beside my head. It was a dry, rhythmic sound. Precise. Measured. Like fingernails being drawn slowly, deliberately, across the taut canvas of the tent. It was not the frantic, clumsy scrabbling of some nocturnal animal foraging for food. This was different. This had a cadence, a purpose. My breath caught in my throat. My entire body went rigid, every muscle tensed. I strained my ears, trying to parse the sound, to fit it into a logical framework. Animal. A branch rubbing against the tent. But the rhythm was too steady, too consistent. Sarah, are you awake? I whispered, my voice a dry rasp. She stirred beside me, a soft, sleepy sound. Muff what? She mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. There's a sound outside. I repeated, my whisper more urgent. Scratch. Scratch. The sound continued unwavering. 3 distinct, drawn out scrapes, a pause, and then again. Sarah let out a sigh, the sound of someone being dragged from a pleasant dream. "It's just a raccoon, Dan," she said, rolling over so her back was to me. "They're always getting into the trash cans at the trailheads. Go to sleep." But it didn't sound like a raccoon. I had heard raccoons before, back in the city. Noisy, chaotic creatures that knocked over garbage cans with a clatter. This was silent, stealthy, and unnervingly patient. I lay there, my ears straining in the suffocating darkness, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. The sound was an anomaly, a piece of data that didn't fit the established parameters of normal woodland noises. Then, as suddenly as it began, the scratching stopped. I held my breath, listening to the ringing silence that replaced it. The only sound was Sarah's soft, even breathing and the distant chirping of a lone cricket. I waited, counting the seconds. 1, 2, 30. A full minute passed. Maybe she was right. Maybe it was just an animal that had been spooked and moved on. I was just about to relax, to let the tension drain from my limbs, when the sound started again, and my blood ran cold. This time, it was on the other side of the tent, right next to Sarah's head. The logical part of my brain, the part that had governed my entire life, simply shut down. It was like a server abruptly going offline. There was no processing, no debugging, no attempt to formulate a rational explanation. The sound had moved. It hadn't just wandered or scurried. It had relocated with a clear, intelligent purpose from one specific point on our perimeter to another. Animals don't do that. Animals are driven by instinct, by the search for food or the scent of a mate. They don't engage in systematic, psychological torment. The sound was no longer just an anomaly. It was an active threat. My mouth was as dry as dust. I sat bolt upright, the thin material of my sleeping bag, feeling as restrictive as a straitjacket. Every nerve ending was on fire. I reached out a trembling hand in the picks, fumbling for Sarah. My fingers brushed against her shoulder. "Sarah," I whispered, and the name came out as a choked, desperate croak. She was already sitting up. I couldn't see her, but I could feel the sudden, rigid tension in her body. The casual, sleepy annoyance was gone from her voice, replaced by a sharp edge of fear. "Okay," she whispered back, her voice tight. That's weird." "Weird," I hissed, my own voice barely audible. "Sarah, it was right next to my head, and now it's right next to yours. Raccoons don't play games." "I know," she said, and the fear in that simple admission from her. The seasoned outdoorswoman, the one who was comfortable in this chaotic world, terrified me more than the sound itself. We sat there together in the suffocating, absolute darkness of the tent. The air was thick and heavy, each breath a conscious effort. Our world had shrunk to the fragile, 9 by 7 foot rectangle of nylon that separated us from the thing outside. Every sense was heightened. I could hear the frantic, rapid, quick beat of my own heart, the sound of Sarah's shallow breathing. I could smell the faint, earthy scent of the forest floor through the tent's fabric, mixed with the lingering smokiness from our failed fire. The scratching continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably no more than a minute. The same deliberate, patient rhythm. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was a sound that seemed designed to grate on the nerves, to slowly, methodically unravel one's sanity. It was the sound of something testing a boundary, feeling for a weakness. And then, once again, it stopped. The silence that descended was a physical weight. It pressed in on us, heavy and pregnant with menace. We didn't move. We barely breathed. We were two statues carved from fear, our ears straining for the slightest noise. I found myself imagining what was out there, my mind, starved of data, conjuring up horrific images. Long, spindly limbs, jagged, broken fingernails, eyes that had adapted to this profound darkness. My mind raced through a catalog of possibilities. A bear. No, a bear would be loud, destructive, driven by hunger. A coyote, a bobcat. Their sounds were distinct. Yips, howls, growls. This was silent, save for the scratching. It was something else. Something that didn't belong in the neat categories of a state park's fauna. Then, the sound moved again. This time, to the foot of the tent. Scratch. 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 A choked sob escaped Sarah's lips. It was a small, terrified sound, and she quickly stifled it with her hand. The thing was circling us. Slowly, methodically. It was examining our flimsy shelter from all angles. It was treating our tent not as an inanimate object, but as a container. And it was curious about what was inside. "What is that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling so badly the words were barely coherent. "Dan, what is that?" "I don't know." I managed to say, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. The truth was, I was starting to think it wasn't an AL. It was a who. The deliberate nature of its actions, the patient exploration. It felt personal. It felt intelligent. The scratching at the foot of the tent stopped. The silence returned, more terrifying than before. We were trapped in this thin nylon shell, completely blind to whatever was now just inches away from our feet. Every second stretched into an eternity. My programmer's brain, in a desperate bid to regain control, started counting. It was a simple, repetitive task, a way to impose order on the chaos. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. I reached 27 when a new sound began. It was a soft, wet, dragging noise. A Shah-help sound that spoke of immense effort, of something heavy and saturated being pulled across the dry leaves and dirt of the forest floor. It was a sickening, visceral sound, and it was moving from the foot of the tent towards the front, towards the only way in or out, towards the zipper. I could feel Sarah's hand find mine in the dark, her fingers icy cold, her grip crushingly tight. We both stared into the blackness in the direction of the tent's door, our bodies rigid with a terror so profound. It was paralyzing. The dragging sound stopped directly in front of the entrance. For a moment, there was nothing but the frantic drumming of our own hearts. And then, we saw it. The small metal tab of the zipper, silhouetted faintly against the slightly less black fabric of the door, began to lift. It didn't jiggle or rattle, as it would if an animal were pawing at it. It rose slowly, smoothly, deliberately. It was being pulled up from the outside by something with dexterity, something with fingers. I don't know what came over me. All logic, all reason, all my lifelong instincts to analyze and hesitate evaporated in a flash of pure, primal terror. I wasn't thinking. I just reacted. A surge of adrenaline, cold and electric, shot through me. I lunged forward, scrambling on my hands and knees, and slammed my open palm against the inside of the tent door, right where the zipper was being pulled. The fabric was shockingly cold and damp beneath my hand. "Jeek, oat, off her," I screamed, my voice tearing from my throat, raw and unrecognizable with a fury born of absolute fear.
LEAUSL on.
The response was immediate and horrifying. From the other side of the fabric, right against my hand, came a sudden, sharp hiss. It wasn't the hiss of a cat or a snake. It was a wet, guttural, explosive sound, like steam escaping a ruptured pipe, filled with a malevolence that was chillingly, undeniably intelligent. The upward pressure on the zipper vanished. The metal tab dropped with a faint clink. For a split second, there was silence. Then we heard it, a frantic, chaotic scrambling sound. It was no longer slow or methodical. It was a sound of pure panic. The wet, dragging noise was gone, replaced by a clumsy, powerful crashing as it fled, breaking branches and tearing through the undergrowth. The sound of its retreat, echoing through the silent forest as it disappeared into the oppressive darkness. The echo of the crashing retreat faded into the oppressive silence of the forest. But the terror it left behind did not. It hung in the air inside the tent, a thick, suffocating presence. My hand was still pressed against the cold, damp nylon, my palm tingling where the hiss had erupted. I could feel the phantom vibration of that malevolent sound, a deep, cellular memory that would never fade. I stayed frozen like that for a long time, my mind a complete blank, a system crash from which there was no reboot. It was Sarah who moved first. She let go of my hand and fumbled in the darkness. The frantic rustling of her sleeping bag, a jarring sound in the stillness. A moment later, a weak, yellow beam of light cut through the blackness. The flashlight. Its batteries were clearly dying, the light flickering and pathetic, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed like living things on the walls of our nylon prison. In its feeble glow, I saw her face. It was pale, streaked with tears, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. We didn't speak. There were no words for what had just happened. What could we possibly say? That a creature of impossible stealth and intelligent malice had just tried to get into our tent. That it had been foiled by a scream and a slap. It sounded insane. A shared delusion brought on by fear and the unfamiliar darkness. But we both knew it was real. The cold dread that had settled deep in my bones was more real than anything I had ever experienced. I finally peeled my hand away from the tent wall. My palm was slick with a cold, slimy residue that had seeped through the fabric. I stared at my hand in the flickering light, my stomach churning. I didn't want to know what it was. I wiped it furiously on my sleeping bag, but the clammy, unclean feeling remained. The rest of the night was the purest form of torture I have ever endured. We didn't sleep. We didn't even try. We huddled together in the center of the tent, as far from the thin walls as we could get. The dying flashlight clutched in Sarah's white, knuckled grip. She aimed it at the zippered door, a useless, symbolic ward against the darkness. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, every hoot of a distant owl sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. The forest was no longer a neutral space. It was an actively hostile entity, and we were trespassers in a place we did not belong. The silence between the sounds was worse, filled with the terrifying potential of its return. My mind, in its desperate search for a logical foothold, kept replaying the events. The methodical scratching, the intelligent relocation, the dexterity to work a zipper, the wet, dragging sound, the furious, intelligent hiss. None of it fit. It was a data set that broke every known rule. I, Daniel Kim, the programmer who believed every problem had a logical solution, was faced with the absolute, terrifying certainty that I had encountered something that defied all logic. My world, with its neat lines of code and predictable outcomes, had been irrevocably shattered. Hours passed. The flashlight beam grew dimmer and dimmer. the yellow light turning a sickly orange, before finally sputtering out, plunging us back into absolute blackness. The loss of that tiny, pathetic light felt like a final surrender. We were completely blind, left with nothing but our hearing and the frantic, terrifying creations of our own imaginations. We sat in that darkness, our arms wrapped around each other. Two terrified animals waiting for the dawn. When the first hint of light finally appeared, it wasn't the warm, hopeful glow of sunrise. It was a slow, creeping gray that seeped into the tent, turning the blackness into a murky, indistinct gloom. It offered no comfort. It only served to illuminate our prison, revealing the condensation that clung to the walls, like sweat and the pale, haggard faces of our shared terror. "We're leaving," Sarah whispered, her voice a raw, broken thing. Now. We moved with a frantic, desperate energy. There was no thought of packing neatly. We shoved the sleeping bags, the clothes, the useless cooking gear into our packs, with trembling hands, our movements clumsy and uncoordinated. I ripped the tent stakes from the ground with a savage force, not caring if I bent them. As I collapsed the tent, my eyes scanned the ground around our campsite. I saw nothing. No footprints, no broken branches beyond what we had disturbed. No sign of the frantic retreat we had heard. But where the thing had dragged itself towards our door, the dry leaves and dirt were disturbed. There was a wide, shallow trough, as if something heavy and wet had been pulled through. And glistening on the leaves within that trough was the same slimy, clear residue that I had wiped from my palm. We didn't investigate. We didn't take pictures. A primal, instinctual part of my brain screamed at me to get away, to not look too closely, to not know any more than I already did. We practically ran back to the car. The hike that had been a miserable, agonizing slog the day before was now a panicked, breathless flight. We didn't speak. The only sounds were our gasping breaths and the pounding of our feet on the trail. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every gust of wind through the trees sounded like a whisper. The beautiful, silent cathedral Sarah had spoken of now felt like a vast, ancient tomb. And we were the desecrators who had disturbed something that should have been left alone. The sight of my car, my beautiful, climate-controlled, metal and glass box of logic and safety, was the most wonderful thing I have ever seen. We threw our packs in the trunk and scrambled inside, locking the doors with a simultaneous, resounding thud. I didn't look in the rearview mirror as I sped away from the park entrance, leaving a cloud of dust and gravel in my wake. We never figured out what it was. We never went back. We never spoke of it again. The subject is a black hole in our relationship. We both know it's there, we feel its gravitational pull. But we never, ever acknowledge it directly. To speak its name would be to give it a power it already possesses. Sarah's love for the outdoors died that night. Her hiking boots gather dust in the back of the closet, and her potted plants have slowly withered, one by one. My world of logic and order returned, but it's a fragile construct now. I know what lies beyond the neatly compiled code and the firewalls. I know that the world is not a predictable system. I know there are bugs in the code of reality, ancient, terrifying things that move in the darkness, just beyond the glow of our screens. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, in the quiet safety of our apartment on the 17th floor, I think I can hear it. It's a faint, dry, scratching sound. And it's coming from the other side of the bedroom door.